A simple ghost story. Do you have one like it? One summer during college, I moved into a new dorm room for about 6 weeks. A fellow student told me it was haunted. I didn't believe him, frankly, I still don't. However, it's been about 20 years and I can't deny it was an odd room, because little things kept happening. The first thing I noticed was the sound of spare change settling in my jars. Allow me to explain that. I used to keep quarters in jars so I could quickly grab a few on the way to the vending machine. I kept the lesser coins in other jars so I could take them to the coin bank when I had enough. And the first night in that room, I noticed the sound of all the coins shifting in the jars. I didn't think much of it. A simple temperature change will do that. But it kept happening all night, every night. It seems like they couldn't settle all that far in a jar that small. Then a pencil would roll off my desk. No biggie. Air conditioner draft or something. Then a poster would fall off the wall. Probably cheap tape. Then the change would rattle again. It just kept going. One night I woke up because the guy in the top bunk above me was moving around so much that it shook the whole bed. Then I remembered I was alone. I jumped up and checked, but no one was up there. Of course, that's just a dream, right? Or midnight leg spasm, surely. Overall, not a single thing was really strange about that room. But I eventually found it unsettling that the little noises and movements just kept on going. I've never heard a room make so much noise ever since. In fact, that room gets creepier the older I get, as I realized how unique that situation really was. I'm not saying it was haunted, but I am saying that I finally understand those old poltergeist stories about the house ghosts who go around touching things. Dreams that are too real. Too real. Sometimes I have these dreams when I sleep, and bear with my lack of writing luster, so I wake up in my dream and it's reality. I wake up in my bed, just as it was when I went to sleep, but time is still in this reality. When I return to my bed and body in this dream, I wake up in actual reality, but there's signs of what I did in the dream world, and it's starting to freak me out more. Let's start with my oldest memory of it. I would wake up in my bunk bed, and I would walk outside my house. I had this ability to basically double jump, and would float and fly, kind of. I would hover myself to the playground, which was attached to the grade school behind my house, and would stargaze or move the school toys around. So when I actually woke up, I would know where my favorite toys were hiding. When I actually woke up, I had full memory of this dream. I would have dirt on my clothes, or my hair would actually be tangled almost like it was windswept. The weirdest part is the toys sometimes would be where I hid them the following morning. Kids in our grade school didn't organize the toys after recess. We'd check in, and yes, we had a check-in and out system, and then a big trash can and go inside. Next big milestone was middle school. I had similar dreams with the floating ability, except it wasn't the playground or toys. I would instead now just float to the retention pond area next to my house and would just look up at the stars from atop the giant willow tree. It was my favorite spot, and I would frequent this place. Now with this one, only like twice out of 100 times I found willow leaves in my bed with me. This continued for years until high school, and my stress and depression was so bad I stopped dreaming altogether. I talked about it with a therapist during high school who said I was most likely sleepwalking. However, I disproved that easily by tying myself to the bed, setting up bells on my doors and windows and asking my parents if they've ever noticed me sleepwalking. The answer was no, and none of my safeguards ever moved or changed the mornings when I woke up. I'm now 27, married, and living with my husband, and my dreams have returned here or there. I quote-unquote wake up my husband next to me. Our cats are on our bed, and now for some reason I'm floating around aimlessly and feel miserable and lost. I look up and it's just this hazy purple-black sky with no stars anymore. I begin to feel extremely detached and almost warp back to my body and actually wake up feeling exhausted, drained, and empty. I've noticed bruises forming on my back and legs more often too, like 3 bruises in either a straight line or a triangle-like pattern. Unsure if related or not, just thought I'd put that here too. It's so odd because if I don't have these dreams, I'm extremely happy, healthy, and doing great. What the hell did I just experience? I'm right now in our family cabin in the middle of a forest in Sweden. I'm in a bed on the first floor while my parents are on the other side of the house, and some relatives are on the second floor. We're celebrating Christmas here and we'll be here for additionally 4 more days. Okay, so I fell asleep around 12 a.m. and I woke up at 1:30 a.m. feeling absolutely amazing. I'm doing a lot of inner shadow work, and last night relieved massive amounts of things that I've been holding on to. I was feeling completely at peace, almost blissful, and I called for my cat. He jumped on me and purred like never before, obviously feeling my good vibes. I pet him for about 5 minutes as he suddenly jumps down from me and stops purring. At the same time, I start feeling some weird feelings in my throat, almost like electricity. The air got more dense and the temperature in the room was suddenly a lot colder. My cat jumps up on my chest again and I pet him and he starts to purr again. In the dull light in the room, I can see the mirror in the door that's half opened. My cat can see something. His head is turned to different spots in the room. Not only where the doors are, but on the other side of my bed as well. Not only that, there's strange sounds in the room like it can be when staying inside of an old house like this, from 1850-ish. When it's windy outside, but it's not. It's silent and still, but the sounds are there and my cat looks at the exact same spot as the sounds come. I have goosebumps all over my body. Next thing that happens is that I see small, subtle light balls in the room. One in the mirror, one that comes around the door from the outside, and one more inside of the room. They're almost green and very subtle, but I can see them. The air is thick and it's almost hard to breathe, and I barely manage to be grounded and not freak out. I'm about to go up and turn on the light, but decide to be still and see what happens. My body feels almost electric and tense, and the room is cold. Hard to breathe, feels like breathing electricity in. Suddenly it stops and my cat jumps down and leaves the room. It's still cold in here, and I'll have to take a sleeping pill if I'm ever going to be able to sleep. I'm a bit scared, but I'm okay, and because the dense air, lights, and sound is gone, I feel safe. My cat surely protected me there, thank God. It helped a lot even though he was staring at something in the room, freaking me out. What could it have been? I have never, ever experienced something like this. I'm happy it's over and have to say I'm proud of myself managing to be so calm during whatever this was. What just happened to me? I live in Peoria, Arizona, and currently am on summer break after my first year at university. And I love to take walks around the neighborhood with my little brother and also the back of the house, which has all sorts of dirt trails. Last night 5'8". I decided to take a walk around 11 p.m., just to stroll around the block. It lasted about 25 minutes and the weather had a soft breeze. My little brother didn't accompany me because he had fallen asleep. A few hours later, this is just 2 hours ago, 5/9, I got bored and decided, why not? Why not take another walk? Sounded fun and the weather was perfect, and this time I took a different route. A dirt road with no light. I did have a flashlight. That LED sort of led to an adjacent neighborhood. I took a walk around the new neighborhood and then went back to the dirt road that led to my neighborhood. This dirt trail has some brush right at the beginning of the way down. Now at this point, I had not seen a single person and it was 3 a.m. Just some cars whizzing by every now and then. As I begin to go around this brush to the dirt neighborhood, I notice a man walking up the dirt road towards me. Now he's not that far behind the brush, maybe only 15 feet away from me. At this point, everything happened so fast as we're walking down and up each opposite end of each other. Now this guy was 15 feet away from me, so of course I was going to say something like, "Have a good night," or "Later, bro." But as I stop, he keeps walking towards me, and I repeatedly say, "Hey," to him, trying to get an acknowledgement. But this man, mind you, he looks like he's a mid-30s wearing flannel and a hat, walks right through my body. I mean, literally, it's like he just phased through me. This scared the living shit out of me because I knew I just saw a bearded man with a hat covering his face walk through my body. It is unexplainable. Suddenly I felt adrenaline and pulled out my knife. I turned around and I see nobody there. Then I pull out my flashlight and aim it at his direction to see nothing but brush. I wanted to run home, but something in my mind was fascinated. But that feeling was nothing compared to the fear. And so I started walking back down the dirt road to my home as I hear voices from probably neighbors. Then I instinctively look back behind me again, wouldn't you? And I see the same man as he starts to dance like a weirdo. At this point, I'm spooked and I start speed walking home with knife and flashlight in hand. And as I look back with the light again, he's still dancing creepily, but not walking toward anywhere. I sprint a little bit more down the road and turn my head and he's gone. To me, I don't know if this is explainable. When his body went through mine, I felt a cold breeze. Does anyone have any ideas on how this man walked through me, didn't say a word to me, and then danced near the brush? Maybe I just experienced a supernatural presence for the first time. Either way, I am doing that walk again every single day till I see something like that happen. Ask Reddit. I grew up in rural South Carolina. My mother comes from a family that's had several experiences with the paranormal. She would always tell me about her experiences growing up in her mother's house. For whatever reason, the paranormal experiences didn't stop with my grandmother or my mother, because I too had several run-ins with the paranormal while growing up directly across from my grandmother's house. When I was around the ages of 3 to 5, both of my parents worked long hours. So I would have to babysit my mom's first cousin, a woman who had been known to be trouble on the family. But my parents reluctantly allowed her to babysit me out of financial convenience. While she would babysit me along with her own stepdaughter, who was my age, she would abuse me verbally and emotionally. If I didn't want to eat, she would call me horrible names and make the girl laugh at me and call me names along with continuous verbal and mental abuse. As a child, I remember it being traumatizing, and I thought she was the meanest person I had ever met. However, as a small child, I was never able to articulate her actions to my parents to the point where they could really understand my fear of her. During the times that I would be babysat by this woman, things started getting weird. Several times when I would walk into my dark bedroom, or even a dark hallway, a tall, short-haired woman with glasses would appear to me out of nowhere. It was almost like she would rise up from the floor and just stare at me. I don't think she ever said anything to me, but it was like she wanted to talk to me. But I'd always just run out of the room as fast as I could once I got out of my frozen in fear state. The thing is, I would become so paralyzed with fear that I would block it out of my mind almost immediately to try to convince myself that it wasn't real. These sightings happened numerous times over those few years, and I still remember it vividly. I never told anybody about this until a few years ago when I told my mom. I described the woman with enough detail that she said, "That sounds like your great-aunt Maddie who passed away before you were born." It just so happens that Maddie was the mother of the woman who was babysitting me, the woman that many in our family believed that she had something to do with Maddie's mysteriously quick death. That Christmas when I was about 20, after I told my mother about this, she told me to tell her sister, my aunt, about my story. I began to describe what I saw, the tall woman with short hair and glasses. My aunt also confirmed that I was seeing my great-aunt Maddie. That night they showed me the old pictures of her for the first time, and sure enough, I was looking at old photographs of the woman who used to appear to me as a child. A woman who several other members of my mother's family has reported seeing over the years after her death. I truly believe that to this day she was appearing to me to protect me from her daughter. My shadow guardian and everything he told me before he left. Now that that's out of the way, I want to talk about Thomas. I haven't seen or heard from him in a year, but originally found him in an abandoned city outside the Bell Witch Cave. I was a Freemason's building, or it was a Freemason's building, I'm sure, and me and the friends I took had to climb into the second-story window. We had planned to go to the cave, but didn't realize it was seasonal. So instead, I had the awesome idea to just bring a Ouija board, light candles, and do the whole seance thing and talk to whatever was outside of the cave. A few minutes after we set up, whatever it was did not want us playing with it. I had driven almost 2 hours to get there, so we persisted. I've been to many, many haunted places in my life, but never before had I been yanked by my arm by something as a sign to get the hell out. I'll leave a bunch of details here in between, but fast forward and the shadow figure I was once afraid of had suddenly become a 9-foot guardian and informant. Most mediums can connect with the living and the non-living, whereas I can't. I can only connect with the dead and to a limited degree. Thomas helped me fill that gap in my mind, and was able to show me images that connected to other people asking me for advice. One night I was helping a friend who was out of state, and he asked me to ask some questions about Thomas himself. Thought it was a cool little idea since I didn't know much about him or shadow people in general. Here's where it gets strange, but try to keep reading or listening. When you meditate, the highest level is an area I call the void of the mind. It's dark, you can do whatever you'd like, and you're a beacon. I do this when I'm looking for spirits or trying to channel. Thomas claimed that he was, quote-unquote, born of the void. He explained that there are many more like him, but he was part of a separate mindset of a different mindset of entities. There were the ones who fed on human energy and incited fear and sadness to receive it. Then there were ones who traveled with humans to high-volume energy, as he put it. Places like funeral homes, nightclubs, schools, and other compressed areas is where they would reside. Specifically, Thomas hung around the cave when it was open to feed off the fear the cave-goers experienced, then retreated into the abandoned city to retain his energy until the next season. Because Thomas travels by the void, he can go anywhere at any time, but obviously prefers to be away from the sunlight, and they typically won't share a space with another shadow person, unless it's a territorial problem. He also told me that they cannot die as people do. They fizzle up when they grow weak, and they cease to exist. The lower-class shadow people, Thomas was about a middle in my opinion, typically get absorbed by other entities, separate species of malevolent energy. His voice gets picked up by a spirit box as well, as one time me and my friends were being berated by something and somebody yelled over them, "Shut up and you shut your mouth." Glanced over and Thomas was popping his head through the wall. He protected me insistently, and many things wouldn't even dare approach when Thomas was around. Little random fun fact. Sometimes Thomas was not physically present, but he could be in separate places all at once. He was there, but he wasn't, if that makes any sense. Home invasion. My childhood best friend, we'll call her Nikki, came to stay with me for the week of my birthday. As teenagers, we would pull all-nighters and sleep all day. My ex-boyfriend, and we're going to call him Jay, was supposed to come over. The place was for Jay to come over, or rather the plan was for Jay to come over around 7 or 8 in the morning and hang out. Not sure why that sounded so exciting at the time. Now I'm here looking at it like, it's so lame. Anyway, it started to hit around 8:30 a.m. and Nikki and I were starting to get tired from our all-nighter. So we decided to try and watch a movie to keep ourselves awake. Even though it was 2015, my mom still had one of those old combo TVs that were popular in the late 90s and early 2000s. You know, the ones with the combined DVD and VHS features. It's slightly important to the story that I add that I had Titanic on VHS, and the VHS version is 2 separate tapes due to its length. About 45 minutes to an hour into the movie, I texted Jay and asked him where he was, just due to him being late. He said he was riding his skateboard to my house, since his mom wouldn't give him a ride and he was 30 minutes away. It was time for me to put the second tape in, but before I could, Nikki and I heard the doorknob of the front door jiggle pretty aggressively for a quick second. Now, it's important to note I always made sure everything was constantly locked, due to the anxiety of someone breaking in. This included the screen door. Nikki and I looked at each other completely confused, and we were 100% convinced that he was trying to scare us. So I called him to see if I'd hear his phone ring outside. I didn't, but when he answered, I surely heard all the traffic. He was riding by. That was a dead giveaway that it wasn't him at the door. He also said it would be another 10 minutes. I looked at Nikki, she looked at me, and then the doorknob started jiggling again. I ran across the room and locked the bedroom door and the bathroom door. The knob was still shaking like crazy, and Nikki and I started to fully freak the fuck out. I called my mom while she was at work, and she was crying how scared we were and asking her to call the police to come to the house. Once she answered the phone, the jiggling stopped. She was making the same assumption that Jay was pranking us, but after I told her the situation, she started getting worried. The next thing I know, I hear a slam and heavy footsteps on the hardwood floor in the living room, pacing around. Nikki and I are both completely frozen and stopped talking, which freaked my mom out. She kept yelling into the phone asking what the hell was going on, and out of fear of someone being in the house, I hung up on her. The footsteps stopped for about 10 seconds, and then stomp, stomp, stomp. I was running down the hallway and stopped at the door. The knob started jiggling like how you'd see in a horror movie. Nikki started crying and saying, "I thought you said you locked the doors, Kay, and now someone's in your house." The jiggling stops. The footsteps are pacing up and down the hall, and we start hearing what sounded like somebody rummaging through the kitchen. I paused and looked at her with my eyes tearing up from the fear. "I did." She then said, "Wait, we didn't even hear the screen door, and that door's really loud." Our chat was interrupted by Jay calling me. I answered the phone whispering, and he said that he was there and asked if I could unlock the screen door because he went to open it and it couldn't open. I looked at Nikki and said, "Here's what we're going to do. Jay's outside right now. We're going to open the door and we're going to run." She nodded, and we both visibly shaking like leaves in the process. I undid the lock, threw the door back, and we both took off running down the hallway to the front door, unlocked the deadbolt and knob, unlocked the screen, and Jay was standing on the porch. We ran right past him and into the middle of the front yard. Jay asked what was wrong. We both said somebody was inside. He immediately went into the house and looked in the kitchen, the laundry room, and every bedroom. He came out and said no one was in there at all. Feeling a little bit more comfortable, all three of us walked back into the house. I went to the laundry room to check the back door. It was deadbolted, and the knob was locked. I looked at Nikki and Jay and said, "No one's here and the deadbolt's locked." Nikki said they could have locked it when they went out the back. I said, "No, Nikki, they couldn't have. The deadbolt locks from inside." I called my mom back and told her the rest of what happened. She was sobbing hysterically that we were okay. Once again, words will never describe how scared we both were. So vulnerable due to not having a weapon and even being afraid to escape out the window if there was actually somebody in the house. But I know for a fact it wasn't an actual person, since this had happened months ago with my friend Mandy. Except when it happened with Mandy, all we heard was footsteps. Whatever spirit this was starting to seem more aggressive. Paranormal bathroom break. When I was in middle school, my parents sent me off to summer sleepaway camp. Your standard outdoor adventure, song singing, marshmallow roasting shit show. I was not a willing participant. Don't get me wrong, I love the outdoors, but a month away from home, my Tamagotchi collection, and my own bed was not my cup of tea at 12. The layout of the campground was fairly standard. To my recollection, there was a large mess hall, a ball pit, ropes of course, and a winding path leading up to 6 cabins that we called home. The cabin closest to everything was the bathrooms. The rest were all boy and girl separated housing. The weirdest thing about this layout, though, were the front doors to the cabins all faced away from the main path and towards the woods. Though it was easy to find your way around, it was definitely daunting when you had to go to a midnight stroll to go use the restroom. And that's really where our story begins, with my small bladder, my anxious mind, and a walk to the woods to go pee. When you had to use the restroom, it was a short trail along the right side of the cabin to a dirt path that led towards the larger buildings. At night, this path was lined with large construction lights and volunteer counselors that made sure none of the campers got any nightly shenanigans underway. It was very easy to find, heavily illuminated, and though still mildly terrifying, completely safe. It was also one of my biggest camp fears. I woke up roughly around 2 a.m. and couldn't wait until morning to pee. I was not happy, walking out into the cold air, staring straight into the woods, and accepting my fate of an uncomfortable nightly stroll. The small path around the right of the cabin led directly to the larger dirt path, and though facing away from the lights was still fairly easy to visualize. I made sure I was properly equipped with flashlight in hand and started my journey. Just a few steps, when it happened, everything went black. I mean, completely black. I couldn't see my hand directly in front of me black. I stumbled forwards, wondering if maybe the lights went out. My hands just hadn't adjusted. My eyes hadn't adjusted either. I knew where the path was, and I was flailing. But the more I walked, the more twigs and sticks I felt sliding against my legs. The further I went, the higher they became. I stopped. It had been about 2 minutes of walking, and I still couldn't see a thing. That's when I noticed the noise had also stopped. The drone of the forest. You know, the crickets chirping, your standard late-night ambient noise. It wasn't there. I panicked and turned. 2 steps toward the way I came, and all of a sudden I was back and standing directly in front of the door of my cabin. The lights illuminated the cabin itself, the trees swaying in the night air. Everything seemed normal again. Thinking I was dreaming or attempting to block out whatever the fuck I just experienced, I walked forward again towards the right. My will to pee was too strong to contemplate anything else. And then, darkness. I was surrounded by nothing. The more I walked, the more I felt the woods surrounding me, but I still couldn't see. I turned more quickly this time, running towards the direction I believed the cabin to be in, and I was at the front door. My flashlight was gone. Now, one typically, after an experience like this, would not make the decision to continue attempting the midnight stroll to the bathhouses. I did. I felt smarter about it, this time for sure, trailing my fingers along the right side of the cabin as I attempted to make the turn onto the larger dirt path one more time. Nothing disappeared. I rounded the corner, got the helpful nod from the counselor on duty, and made my way into the bathroom and back with no further issue. When I curled up in bed, I chalked it all up to a dream, my mind playing tricks on me, and in the morning my cabin counselor did too, until she saw my legs. I was rushed off to the nurse for the large mud-covered gashes, multiple bug bites, and unexplained rash. To this day, I still don't know what I experienced, or if it was even paranormal in nature, but I remembered the quiet, the black, and the wonder. Does anyone know what could have happened to me that night? Or has anybody had a similar experience? Not the crone, but maybe her counterpart. I debated even posting, but it's 4 a.m. and I'm afraid to fall back asleep. Hoping for some genuine insight. I chose the title only because of a documentary premiere I recently saw. The film was about a female spirit, and I'm definitely getting aggressive male energy, but it's a long shot and I couldn't think of anything better. I did have a couple weird dreams and some panicky thoughts after, but I'm dealing with something I've never had happen before. Last night I had a dream where I was on my couch talking to a friend, and her eyes got really wide. When I looked on the balcony, there was this huge deformed figure on the porch. As soon as I turned around, it noticed, so I went to hide in the bathroom. I know. Without being super graphic, this thing came in and I met a very violent end, which I felt every second of, by the way. Normally, I can chalk these dreams up to something, but I felt weird even coming in my room today. About 30 minutes ago, I woke up from another dream. This male figure is starting to look very human now. There were about 4 or 5 different scenarios where it kept trying to take something, or make me take something, or make me drink something. But anytime I would figure it out, everyone would reset, like in a movie. Scene 1 didn't work, so we'll try scene 2 type of a thing. He had a wife and daughter, and I remember her telling me to get back in the car after I figured out the last one. The last thing I remember is being in an office trying to get someone to help me. They gave me a drink, but it had something metal in it. I woke up gagging and felt like I swallowed something. My dream shapeshifter is back. I had a dream I was at my friend's, but she lived in a huge apartment with all glass windows. I was walking down a long hallway and saw a man breaking in, so I ran to get a weapon and she said, "I got it." I still went to grab something, but when I got to them, they were already standing off. She grabbed lighter fluid and doused him and lit the flame, but before it got him, he grabbed her. They both started burning and he said that he wasn't dying alone. I managed to help her get away and call 911. When I turned around, he was gone, but there were pieces of flesh on the floor. They took us both to the hospital. I was looking for her and she was talking to a caseworker whose face kept shifting. It looked like a normal human, but it couldn't get its face right. It kept shifting from male to female in an almost fluid way. I got angry and asked why they weren't talking to me. She was in pain and I was the one who saw everything. The quote-unquote person got someone else to get me and put me with other burn patients. I don't remember getting burned. I woke up crying. I've actually never seen faces in dreams until these past 3. I've always known who they were generally supposed to be, but never saw actual faces. Afraid to tell my family because I don't want to upset them, and I also don't want them to think I'm completely insane, which is how I'm feeling at the moment. Fire alarm ghost. In the last few weeks, my fire alarm has been randomly going off, and I think it's a ghost. It all started a few weeks ago while in my kitchen. The downstairs fire alarm started going off. I assumed it was a fire and I panicked. I ran downstairs, but there was no smoke. I got the alarm down and pushed the button for hush mode. It would quiet for a few seconds and then it started again. I was getting increasingly worked up, extremely noise sensitive, you could say, and kinda yelled helplessly, "Please stop!" And it immediately stopped. The second time happened 2 weeks ago. I was sleeping and at exactly 3 a.m. I woke up to the alarm going off downstairs. Or so I thought. I got up and ran down, panicking again, thinking there was a fire. My cat was in danger. But when I got halfway down the stairs, the alarm wasn't coming from there. I was so disoriented from the abrupt wake-up that I went back upstairs and it wasn't coming from there either. And then it just stopped. My house is quite small and only has 2 alarms. The third time I was mid-shower. Alarm is outside the bathroom, with the door locked. The alarm went off and when I jumped out, the bathroom door was open. I took it down and pushed the hush button and it wouldn't turn off for about 10 minutes. I was in tears, having a panic attack, and it just stops again. After I finished my shower, standing in the bathroom, the locked door opened again. 4th time was this morning. Sitting in my office, the alarm starts. I can see it from my desk, and I got up and brought my chair over to hit the button, and just as I'm about to touch it, it stops again. At this point, it feels like some cruel game. Every time it goes off, I get hit with this wave of insane panic. House fires are one of my oldest and deepest fears. I feel like I'm being toyed with. It never happens when other people are around, too. Before anyone suggests it's the battery, it's both alarms. And they're 10-year alarms that were replaced a little over a year ago. The low battery has a specific beep and says low battery. The fire alarm double beeps and says fire in English and French, and this is what keeps going off. It is not a CO2 detector. The story of a drowned landlord. It all started in 2019. I and 8 other people created an organization dedicated to the history of our city. The town is no larger, only 18,000 people, plus adjacent villages. In one of the villages, a few months later, we were invited to a village where the landowners Zembrodsky lived. People told stories that they constantly see a landowner walking by the river, and that he cannot calm down until he drowns someone. Fortunately, the landowner's estate itself was destroyed, and the new houses had already appeared in its place. But we still walked along the river. And to be honest, I'm a person who's skeptical about ghost stories, but walking there was unpleasant. I was tormented by some kind of unpleasant feeling of anxiety. History haunted us, and we started digging through the archives. As it turned out, in the 1800s, the landowner Zembrodsky actually lived there, who drowned in the river near the estate. But what became surprising was that 30 years later, in the 1850s, another person was drowning in the same place, and after a while, another and another. And so the last person who drowned there turned out to be my grandmother's nephew, about whom we don't talk much. I kind of knew that he drowned, but I didn't know where it happened. The details were that 2 children, 5 and 6 years old, were walking in winter. But then they went to a river, which was about 1.5 kilometers from the house. A man passing by saw 2 floundering boys and ran to save them. He managed to grab one and somebody pulled the other way. The second boy said that they went to look at his uncle, who was walking along the river, and he didn't remember what happened next. To this day, he doesn't tell the details of that day. This is where our research ends for now. I don't know if it was a paranormal phenomenon or if there's an explanation for everything, but as a historian, I liked this story, because thanks to it, we have on our lips the names of people who died tragically. Priest. The next story will tell about a priest whose story began in 1883 when he was appointed rector of the Archangel Michael Church in the village of Katsukachia, Lopan. The priest was very loved and many warm memories of him are still preserved. But 1918 change came. The revolution and civil war brought a terrible time when brother stood up against brother. The village passed from hand to hand like a leaf in the wind. In December of 1918, a gang came to the walls of the priest's house. They were interested in church values. The priest refused to hand them over, and he was severely tortured. But he remained silent. The bandits dragged him onto the street and killed him right in front of his house on December 28th. He was buried in a local cemetery, but unfortunately, the grave has not survived. Local residents say that from time to time the sounds of church chants can be heard from this house, as if they continue to sound forever. But sometimes, especially at night, when someone passes by the house, they catch the smell of incense, which brings back memories of the priest. Another mysterious aspect of the story is that some claim to have seen an old man with a large beard sitting on the porch of the house. These unusual phenomena give this story even more mystery and mysticism. While we were looking around the house and talking, suddenly the door inside the house slammed shut by itself. Whether this was a paranormal event or just a draft, we can't say for sure. But for me, it was an amazing discovery, since the story became a valuable addition to our collection. The Man on the Stairs. I grew up in a 60s, 70s house, about 45 minutes outside London. It was your usual creaky floorboard, barely carpeted sort of place. The first time we saw the man on the stairs, it was me. I was around 10 at that time, and I used to dry my hair on the landing, next to the banister, which had slats so you could see through it. I had my hair flipped over my head and I saw who I thought was my dad, in his raincoat and carrying his briefcase, walking up the stairs. I flipped my hair back over to give him a hug like I usually did, but he wasn't there. I assumed he'd turned around and gone back downstairs, so I ran down and asked Mom where he'd gone. Only she told me that he wasn't home yet. I felt a bit creeped out, but it obviously went out of my head and I didn't really come up with it again. The next time I heard about him, I was 18. I'd met my now husband maybe a year before, and my parents had divorced by this point, so it tended to be my mom in the house with us there in the week. One Sunday morning, I got a call from her, asking if I was okay. I assured her that I was, and asked her what was wrong, and she said that there had been banging on the front door at 3 a.m. Our front door had 2 frosted glass panels, top and bottom, so you could make out shapes through it. And we had a street lamp opposite which lit it during the night. When she came to the top of the stairs to have a glance and see if she could see anything, she said she saw someone with a bag, waiting. She started downstairs and stopped herself. She turned back to her bedroom and looked down toward the glass porch. We couldn't see anyone. When she went back to the top of the stairs, they had vanished. She thought we had an argument and I'd come home since they were carrying a bag. But once she started playing it in her head, she realized the person was taller than me, a bigger build, and was wearing a raincoat. The only other time I heard about him was from my brother. Now, he's very scientific. He doesn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal at all, which is what amazed me even more. When he was younger and still living at home, he used to stay up until the late hours playing Xbox, like you do. And one night he finished up, didn't bother turning on any lights, went to the bottom of the stairs and started walking up when he saw him. A man in a raincoat and a briefcase standing at the top of the stairs. He blinked a couple of times and stepped back to the 2 steps and tried to click on the light. And when he looked back, he was gone. The weird thing here is that me and my mom never mentioned anything to him, as he's very vocal about how daft he thinks all this is, but the description was perfect. We never found out who he was. As far as we could find out, nobody died at that house. My mother passed away in 2020, and we sold the house. So I always wonder if they're seeing him or if he moved on without her. Or with her. I got pushed out of a place I was staying at. I was living in San Diego when this happened. My mother, myself, and her boyfriend decided to stay at his mother's house while we were looking for a place of our own. I was staying in a room that was attached to the hallway, which leads to the front door. In the room there was a lamp, a TV, and a bed. The bed had wheels, meaning that it could be moved out if needed. So I was fully in bed when the paranormal activity started. Was small at first, with strange feet movements on the sheets like an animal was walking on top of them. But the mother had no animals. I tried to ignore it for I believe, and that giving the ghosts attention would just make things worse. That didn't work, because the next thing to happen was creaking noises from the wheels, as if someone was moving the bed. The bed wasn't being moved, though. I had turned on the lamp and the TV to try to calm myself down. That didn't really stop anything, though, because the sounds were still happening. My mother had noticed the light on and maybe heard the TV because she opened the door and came in. She didn't seem to notice the sounds because she had just told me to go to sleep. I was having trouble staying awake and had fallen asleep when the animal movement had returned. Something told me to open my eyes. I don't know what, but I did, and when I did, I saw that I wasn't in the room anymore. I was in the hallway. The bed had been moved there by some unseen force. The bed where I had my feet were facing the open front door. Then it ran with the bed in its hands towards the front door, basically pushing me and the bed out to the dark outside. I woke up and I was in the room again. The noise and animal movements had stopped. After this, everything was fine. I hadn't had an experience since this one. One last thing. I asked the mother about the room I was in. She had told me her husband used the room before he died. She then told me that she had events happen in the home since then. When she had visitors stay in the room, her husband would mess with them to scare them out. I don't know why I'd forgotten that detail till now, but I thought I'd put that here too. Weird stuff during second shift, and I'm still at work. So I work armed security in a rich neighborhood near Fort Worth, filled with old houses. Specifically, I work at 2 houses. One is occupied by a widowed lady in her 70s, while the second house is unoccupied. Co-workers and the lady herself have reported seeing and feeling apparitions in the first house. I haven't heard of anything in the second house, until tonight. I'm still here. I'll be off in a little over 30 minutes. We have cameras all over the place that we're supposed to observe for any abnormal movement or activity. Usually, all I see are the occasional raccoons or squirrels. Tonight has been different, though. One camera in particular looks towards a set of oak doors. This is one of the only two that doesn't kick over the night vision when it gets dark. There's 4 trees in view, as well as some shrubbery. It's a calm night here. No wind, no rain, nothing. Periodically, I've seen one particular branch start shaking violently, like something is grabbing a fruit tree trying to make stuff fall to the ground, right? And this is right above where there's been a shadow in the brush. It's not the brush itself. I can see through all the leaves to the wall, since the brush isn't that thick. The shadow is in the form of someone standing there. Whenever I go out there with my flashlight to look, the vigorous shaking stops and the shadow isn't there. Keep in mind, there's no wildlife moving about in this part of the property. They're always in the back, where there's the least amount of movement. I walk back there every couple of hours, but that's about it. The part where I'm seeing the movement is in the driveway, where my truck is parked. I'm the only one here. My relief shows up at midnight. At one point, I saw what looked like the shadow bending over and reaching down for something and then standing back up. Whenever I go out there, I talk, whether to myself or to whatever entity is moving about here. I'm not sure if I should be talking to it because I don't want to make it think I'm instigating it. This kind of stuff scares the shit out of me. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or other stuff like that. My brain has always tried to explain it away, or see some rational reason behind whatever's happening. But this stuff is beyond my explanation. My mind plays worst-case scenarios crap over and over, making me even more scared. I'm afraid something will actually appear, something will interact with my voice when I'm out there. I talk because it calms me, though. I don't know what to think of it. I just want to get the hell out of here for the night, and then I worry about, what if whatever this nonsense is attaches itself to me and follows me home? Ugh, my brain hates me. Shadow People, Southern Nevada. So other than with my friends and family, this is the first time I'm sharing this story. Full disclosure. Before this experience, I've always been very skeptical of paranormal experiences, and a very, you could say in quotes, there's always another explanation for those things type of person. Anyways, this takes place in summertime, 4 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly. On a trip starting in the Las Vegas area of southern Nevada and ending in Mammoth Lakes, California. My husband, then boyfriend, and I were taking a road trip, so I could show him one of my favorite camping and hitchhiking places in California, and I was so excited to do so. It's a moderately long drive, but I'd done it before, and it wasn't really worrying me. It was later in the day when we left, after we had both gotten off work for the weekend. The beginning half of the drive was normal, just like any other drive. But once we reached the town of Beatty, it got really weird. Really fast. After reaching, could be Beatty or Beatty, B-E-A-T-T-Y, you guys. After reaching Beatty, we both started feeling really uncomfortable, and for a brief moment couldn't figure out why. Shortly after, we started seeing figures that looked like dark, stretched-out silhouettes of people in the path of our headlights. They would appear to run in and out of our sight in the road, and then disappear very shortly, before making contact with them with the car. They would not appear behind us on the ground, so we knew there was no contact made. It was a constant barrage of them, and I didn't know what to think of this. At first, I thought it was someone playing a prank on us, but it continued on for an hour. We didn't stop, because by the time it was dark out, I was too scared that it would end up being a ruse for a dangerous situation, i.e. a serial killer or carjacking or something worse. We also smelled the very distinct smell of fire or burning. Due to the silhouettes that we'd been seeing, we were far too afraid to stop and see what it could be, so we kept driving to our destination. The smell persisted for the entirety of the drive there from Beatty. It never waned. We finally got to Mammoth. We debated back and forth on whether we should go out and check underneath the hood to make sure the smell wasn't something from our actual engine or something. It was pitch black outside. At this point, we were so terrified we actually considered just driving back home entirely. The smell of burning was incredibly strong and had no discernible source inside the car. Eventually, I got out and went to check outside the car, found no trace of the smell outside. We determined that the smell had to be coming from something inside the car and started investigating more. After a while, we located the source as a blanket that was between two other blankets in the stack that we had brought. The top and bottom blankets were ice cold and had no odor. The middle blanket smelled so strongly of smoke that it burned my nose to sniff it. It was very hot to the touch, too. We had no explanation for this. Scared but not sure what else to do, we dropped the quote-unquote weird blanket outside the car, locked the doors, and went to sleep. After doing so, we didn't experience anything else. We aren't sure if this is just a coincidence or not. We stayed and enjoyed the rest of our trip, and after a day we pretty much forgot about the experience until it was time to head back home. On our way back home, this time during the daylight, we passed a house in Beatty that looked like it had been burned down, covered in graffiti of various symbols and images that looked to be sigils, possibly. I wish I had the thought to grab a picture at the time, admittedly, but I was driving and just wanted to get home. We've always wondered if something at that house is what caused our experience. My best friend owns property there, and when I went back to the town with her, we couldn't find that house. She mentioned that there had recently been some kind of project to clean up the town and removed abandoned buildings, and I wonder if it had been removed already. To this day, we aren't sure what we experienced. A friend of my husband suggested that it could have been several things, shadow people being one of them. After looking into it a bit, I think they could be right, but I don't know enough about these types of things to be certain. Has anyone else had any similar experiences around that area of Nevada? Any ideas what this could have been? I still can't explain this happening to me. So this happened to be a few years ago, but I always mention this story to friends and family. When I was about 18, I was still living with my mom. We have a normal 2-bedroom home in Scotland. My dad passed away when I was 16, and I had some stories that revolve around him, but this one I don't think is related. So it's probably about 12 or 1 p.m., and I'm drifting off to sleep slowly until I hear 2 voices, a female and male voice whispering in my hallway outside of my room. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand, and they sounded like they were talking on my stairs. Now, I've never heard any outdoor noises through my bedroom door. If it was my neighbors talking, I would 100% hear them through my bedroom window, and this sounded direct, like there wasn't much space between us at all. At this point, I'm hoping that my mom didn't turn off the radio and TV downstairs. I get up from my bed and the talking doesn't stop as I do this, and I go to my wardrobe where I take out the only thing I thought of, my fencing sword. Really embarrassing choice now that I think about it. You can't actually do much harm with it. I think it's cool. I stepped up to the door and the talking didn't stop. It sounded like a European language, maybe German, Turkish, or something. I live in Scotland and I speak English, Polish, and Spanish, and it didn't sound like anything I'd recognize. I even heard the seeking of the stairs, as if somebody was slowly moving around on them. I genuinely at this point mentally prepared myself to face 2 intruders. I swung the door open, there was nothing, silence. I ran up to the hallway window. Nobody was outside. No neighbors, no nothing. I ran downstairs. Nothing's on, everything's off. Complete silence. All doors locked, etc., etc. Needless to say, I barely slept that night. I've been thinking about it to this day, and what trips me out is how I consistently heard them. From the bed to the wardrobe to the door. I couldn't hear noises that whole time, and I can guarantee you I was wide awake. Weird dream turned out to be a 9/11 nightmare. I've been having visions and dreams of spirits for 40 years, even seeing stuff that made me question reality. This particular dream happened in 2011, 10 years past 9/11 in 2001. In my dream, I saw a woman with brown hair and dressed conservatively, with very pretty earrings on. The jewelry really struck me for some reason. As we went forward in the dream, she moved to a desk facing a large outside window. She sat down and suddenly I was seeing through her eyes. I saw an unusual vision of blue sky followed by the nose of an airplane coming to the window, then into the building. The dream blacked out and I woke up shaking, hot in my bed. I looked up at my bedroom window and heard a voice say, "It was quick and painless. I just needed someone to know." I got up and sketched out the image. I saw her and the jewelry in particular. I also wrote down the name I saw. Just a first name, but also initials. I also knew the type of company that she worked for and roughly where she would have been located. I did some research over the next week and I found her, the company and the floor that matched my vision. I can only think that because I also have an affinity for the same type of jewelry and I'm sensitive. I was able to hear her and let her know that she was remembered, not forgotten. Every year since, I have the feeling from the dream aftermath come over me and remember her by just lighting a candle and saying a little prayer for her. Greetings, explorers of the unknown. Join us at Paranormal M to unravel stories that defy logic. Subscribe and enable notifications to stay updated on our latest mind-bending tales. Enjoy the adventure. Story number 1, The Old Man. Since I'm a kid, I've been experiencing some paranormal things, but the one that I want to tell you is one of my first real unexplained experiences. It started when I was around 13 years old. I came back from college, and I was living in an apartment on the 2nd floor. Every day I used to take the elevator, walking with a heavy backpack plus a long day at school. But this day, even though I grabbed the elevator handle, I let it go. I've never been able to tell why, but something deep inside me told me not to take the elevator. Nothing happened with it, just so you know. So I took the stairs. When I arrived at my floor, in the door to the corridor there was a small window so you could see the stairs through it. It was kind of tall so kids couldn't look through it. Don't know if that's clear. I froze for a second. I saw an old creepy man standing in the doorway looking at me. I froze for a second, and then immediately think it was someone visiting one of my neighbors. There was 4 apartments on every floor. I'd never seen this man before, so I knew it was not one of my neighbors. I grabbed the handle, and I was about to say hi, but as soon as I grabbed it, the face completely vanished. For as long as I thought it was hallucinations or pareidolia, but after that, I didn't tell anyone for years. Some weird stuff started to happen. Things, even an apartment, you can't debunk it. But I kinda try to forget about it. Forget his face looking gray and empty, but 6 years later, my adorable nephew, aged 1 and 1.5, when it happened, was genuinely running in my house while we were in the pool. Her mom was checking on him, when suddenly he walks backwards, pointing at the sofa, starting to cry. We immediately asked what was going on, and he asked who the man was under the sofa. I literally have goosebumps writing this. And at first, we thought maybe an intruder, because we had to, the entrance door one day next to the garden on one of the back of the house where my dad comes after work. But, of course, my sister didn't see anything, so he starts to cry and he said word for word, "But Mommy, there's an old man lying under the sofa." He's very advanced for his age, and so he was already starting to talk very well. 3 years later, he claimed to see the same guy. This time, he didn't get scared of him. He told us it was an old man with gray skin, tall, and he was just standing right next to me and my mom. The way he described him immediately reminded me of the man I saw. Today, I'm pretty sure that's the same person we both saw, but I don't know who it is. Story number 2. Monsters Among Us. This is a story according to my mother's experience when she was a teenager living in a remote village in one of the islands in the Philippines. This happened in the 70s. My mother told me when she first got into high school, she had a seatmate who shares the same name as her. Other than their names, my mother recalled they also share the same interest with music and arts. They instantly clicked, and they became friends. One day, my mother's friends skipped school without notifying their teachers. It was a small village, and most people already knew where each family lives. My mother, being a good friend, thought to visit her friend's house after school to check up on her. Before she got to her friend's house, which is located along the riverbank, several of her classmates stopped her on the way, telling her to never go to that house. My mother said, "Nah, no man." "Why though?" And her classmate said, "Que sila mo kwano tao," because they eat people. Forgive my attempt at that. Now, this is not new to my mother. She knew about these rumors at the village, but she never believed these type of accusations. She even shared lunches with her friend. The food they shared didn't taste weird. Her friend acts like every other normal person, so she treats her like anybody else. As everybody should. My mother went ahead despite the warnings of her classmates. Now keep in mind that it all happened around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The sun was still up, and it was still bright in the riverbank. My mother wasn't scared at all until from afar she saw a woman crouching at the riverbed in the shallow part of the river. She initially thought this woman was washing clothes, or maybe peeing in the river. This woman had a long, frizzy, white-haired head and appeared to be wearing a long black dress with its hem already wet by the river's water. My mother kept walking, but when she came closer to the woman, she heard this woman was talking to herself. The woman was covering her face with her palms, whispering, "I hope the sun sets soon, I hope the sun sets soon," over and over. This scared the shit out of my mother. She began sprinting to my grandparents' home. Back home, she thought that the woman that she saw could have been a person with a mental illness, so she tried to forget about it, and she just slept. My mother lives in a nipa hut. Their source of light was only a candle lamp, and they didn't have a mattress. They sleep on the bamboo floors with several cracks on it. At 12 midnight, as my mother thought, she felt movements under the floorboards. She was laying with her back on the floor, but she could feel something or someone is crawling underneath. That's when on her peripheral, she saw long, bony fingers slowly emerging between the floorboards. The fingers were poking in and out of the floorboards as if it was looking for something to feel. It went away for a bit and my mother thought it was gone, until my mother felt the fingers now poking on her back. Then it felt like the fingers were digging into her skin, pinching her. It was so painful she couldn't breathe. She couldn't even make a sound because she was so scared. All she could do is endure the pain and cry silently. That's when the house cat, the hero on this story, bolted outside, knocking down their candle lamp, waking the grandparents. My grandfather, a hunter, took a bolo, a machete, and chased the house cat outside as it appeared to be fighting something. That's when my grandfather saw this big black bird trying to get away from the claws of the cat as it turned into a freaking wild boar before fleeing. My grandfather, even in shock, shouted, "Don't ever come back here, or I will hunt you all." My grandfather guarded the whole house, making rounds all throughout the night until sunrise. My mother never saw her friend since then. A Fisherman's Tale. When my grandparents were still a young couple, they had a fisherman neighbor. Every morning, after fishing at the river, the fisherman will sell whatever he caught at his stall in the village. My grandmother, a frequent customer, became friends with the fisherman. Whenever my grandmother is short of money, the kind fisherman will let my grandmother borrow a fish. One day, my grandmother walked past the stall and noticed neighbors in front. The neighbors said it's been a while since the fisherman last sold fish, so they're hoping that he'll arrive today due to an upcoming feast in the village. One elderly suggested that she's going to go fetch the fisherman at his house. Since the fisherman is also her friend, my grandmother offered to come along. When they arrived outside the fisherman's house, all windows were shut and the door was locked. The elder called out and the fisherman shouted, "Get away!" The elder asked the fisherman what was going on, but the fisherman refused to open the door. My grandmother replied, "Dodong, it's me." Hearing a familiar voice, surprisingly, the fisherman opened the door and invited the elderly and my grandmother inside. Inside, they saw scattered salt and a bamboo spear. The fisherman looked dirty and disheveled. My grandmother asked why he hasn't been selling fish, and the neighbors are starting to worry. The fisherman said he thinks the family at the end of the river is going after him, and he's so scared he can't even leave his house. According to the fisherman, it all started a couple of days ago. While fishing in the river on his usual routine, the fisherman noticed a man watching him from afar. This happened multiple times on different days, but didn't think it was weird. He knew this man, and his wife lives at the end of the river. Since nobody at the village bothered to befriend these mysterious couple, the fisherman decided to visit the couple and say hi. When he arrived, the fisherman said, "Gusto kaba ug itza para sa poniduto." "Do you folks want to fish for lunch?" The man told the fisherman that they don't have money for the fish and he can catch a fish on his own. The fisherman said he didn't need their money. He was only there to introduce himself since he always sees the man at the river. The couple thanked the fisherman, and to repay his kindness, they offered the fisherman to have lunch at their house, which the fisherman gladly accepted. The wife cleaned the fish outside while the man gathered firewood. The fisherman was asked to wait inside the bamboo house. While inside, he thought to himself, they're going to need salt to season the fish. Without asking the owners of the house, who were both busy preparing lunch outside, the fisherman went to the kitchen to look for salt. He couldn't find salt on the containers on the shelves, so he began looking at the jars under the sink. That's when he smelled foul odor underneath. He continued to look through the jars still. He opened one jar and was horrified with what he had discovered. Inside one of the jars, he saw severed baby fingers. Scared for his life, he crawled silently towards the salon, which is a crawl space leading outside. For a second, he thought of going back for his fishing gears that he had left, but he was petrified that he may not come out alive. He ran as fast as he could without looking back. Knowing he had already ran far enough, he looked back and was shocked that he saw the man a couple of feet away from him. He said the man looked so angry, clenching his fists and foaming at the mouth. The fisherman felt a shiver run down his spine and he peed in his pants. He began running again while screaming prayers. When he arrived at the village, he locked himself in his home. Every night since then, he can see eyes peeking at the corners of his windows. Other times there would be footsteps at his roof. And what scars him the most is when he hears someone whistling or psst sounds, like it's taunting him to come out. He said these creatures cannot come inside the house as he protected himself with the bamboo spike that he made, and because the salt is scattered inside the house. After a week, the fisherman decided to leave the village. He didn't say anything to anyone, nor to my grandmother. He simply vanished and was never to be seen again. Rumors spread at the village like a wildfire. Some think the story was a hoax, thinking the fisherman had already lost his mind from losing his wife due to childbirth a couple years prior. Some believe it's true, including my grandparents. Most of the time, the story was only used to scare naughty kids to prevent them from playing at the river, or to prevent them from staying up late at night. As time goes by, these fears had calmed down, and everybody, including the couple at the river, just simply continued living. Ask Reddit. I'm 40, but back when I was 14 or 15, my uncle left my parents' chalet for a few weeks deep in the wilderness north of Quebec. Took bloody ages to get there. No civilization, no neighbors for miles. I love that place. Huge terrain. And best of all, there was a river running through the terrain. The water was cold and crystal pure. Came directly from the mountains, I guess. The river had a really strong current, too. And the deepest I had was about to my torso, which is probably 4 feet deep, and it was impossible to stand against the current. One day I grabbed my floating board, and I decided to go on a hike along the river on the shore for a good while, and eventually just hop on my board and let the current take me back to the chalet. I never really thought about what was in the woods. In all my times at the chalet, I seen a bunch of deer and a couple of brown bears. Pretty much it. Bears can be scary, but they never really do anything. None of that passed my mind when I started hiking. There was awesome sights on the hike. Saw a baby bear drinking water in the river on the other side of the shore. So cute. Then I remembered mother bears are always with their cubs and super protective. I was a bit scared, to be honest. But when the mom came out of the bushes, she looked at me, barely noticed, and just walked back away in the forest with her cub. I wasn't even a nuisance to her. Me and all my 125 pounds when wet, skinny kid didn't stress her at all. I walked 4 hours, carefree. What's the worst that could happen? Can't get lost. I just followed the river back to the camp. Friggin' idiot. I get to a spot where trees and branches start to get hard to pass by, and the water seems pretty deep. I want to remain as close to the river as possible not to get lost, but I cannot pass. Gotta walk a bit further away from the river and into the forest. I can somewhat see the river through the branches on my left side. Nothing to worry about. That's when I hear something on my right. I didn't even turn to look. Lots of sound can be heard in the forest all around. I'm used to it. But then, man, that feeling of dread. Something is definitely not right. I'm not hearing anything. No birds, not the wind, frickin' silence. But the air feels heavy. I just freeze in my steps, can't move, paralyzed. I look at my right super slowly. There's this huge black mass about 15 feet away from me. 2 bright little round glowing yellow eyes in the middle, and that thing is not moving at all either. Both completely immobile. Me and it. As I look at it more, it's a friggin' wolf. Pitch black looking wolf. It was bigger than that mama bear I saw earlier. Why the is it not moving? And the only thing that came to mind was one day when one of my cats was playing outside. I remember seeing and laughing as my cat became super immobile. I called it and it didn't respond, and noticed the cat was preying a bird not far away. The cat moved slow into position, and then darted at the bird. That's what crossed my mind, but I was the bird. 15 feet away on my right, the wolf, still immobile, looking at me, about 10 feet on my left. The river, but there was tons of branches and bushes in the way. Forget it. I sprinted through the bushes and branches, smacking my face a dozen times, but minor cuts on my arms and legs from running directly through the bushes, and just dove into the river. It was pretty deep from the side of the shore. In my little floating board, I swam to the middle of the river, and the current took me right up. I don't even know if that thing came at me as I got away, or if I scared it. I never looked back. I told my uncle about the frickin' huge wolf. He laughed at me and said in all the years he's been at that place, he never saw a single wolf. That there's no wolf in that area, in fact. Must have been my imagination, he said. I often see those goddamn tiny glowing dots whenever I'm in the forest. Those glowing dot eyes. Ask Reddit. When I was a theater studies student in the Midlands of England, we had to take our little theater company on tour around the local rural countryside as part of the practical side of the course. Being a proper London girl, I wasn't best pleased with the prospect of quote-unquote roughing it. In a 10-person van, there were 15 of us in the company, but for the sake of my art, I stopped being a silly tart and threw myself into it with enthusiasm. One day we broke down in the middle of nowhere, and by the time the AA bloke got to us, and in turn by the time we got to the campsite, all the spaces in the campsite had been taken. We had 3 performances locally the next day. It had gone from 8 p.m. and it was almost pitch dark. We didn't have many options left open to us. Our director said it would be best if we drove the van into the nearby forest and all sleep in the van for the night. And as it was too late to continue driving around and having an early start the following day, we reluctantly agreed. We found a quiet part of the forest that was open with not many trees, and by 9:30 we were settled in the van, if a little cramped and cold. We were all 19 or 20-year-olds, and it was a big adventure. At around 11:30, I was stirred awake by one of my colleagues screaming and another bloke saying, "This is so bad, we're so screwed." To my complete horror through my sleep, blurred eyes, I saw that our little van was completely surrounded by about 50 men, dressed in what appeared to be old-fashioned rural farming clothes, with homemade torches all burning brightly. I started panicking but didn't scream, couldn't take my eyes off the men. They were moving an inch, didn't have any expression on their face, not even when they're bibbed and horned at them. Two of the blokes even got out of the van and shouted at the men, to the total horror of everybody else. Nothing. Needless to say, we were all terrified. Every time we tried to move the van, the men moved a step forward. At 1:30, all the men suddenly just turned around and walked away through the trees. We were absolutely knackered, too tired to drive anywhere else, so we took turns in keeping watch in case the men came back. They never did. Ask Reddit. Not something I saw, but something I heard. I was in upstate New York hunting in the woods during deer season last year. I'd gotten to the stand I was going to sit in during pre-dawn hours, so it was still incredibly dark. I wasn't scared. Even though it was my first time being in the woods while it was that dark, it was actually really exciting to be out there. And I was really looking forward to possibly getting a monster buck. I would talk about that for years, whose points would be just kind of keep growing with every retelling of the story, right? Anyhow, there I was, sitting in the dark, in freezing-ish autumn temperatures, with a rifle across my lap. I was like 10 feet off the ground, too, so that also kept my nerves in check. It was so quiet and dark. I wasn't used to that. I just wanted the damn sun to come up so I could start to warm up a little, and so I'd have enough light to take a good clean shot. I was dressed warm enough, but my father-in-law advised me against wearing thick gloves so I could shoot without them getting in my way, in case I needed to take a quick shot. So my hands were freezing cold, and I kept warming them up in my pockets, armpits, and by breathing on them. I'm not sure how long I was out there, but it felt like hours, and it was so damn dark. I think it was a little cloudy too, because I don't remember being able to see the stars, and there was a minimal amount of moonlight. My eyes kept playing tricks on me in the darkness. I was told deer can be unnaturally quiet, so I kept scanning the shadows and thinking I would see something moving, but it would quickly turn out to be nothing each time. There was no wind, no rain, nothing else happening. Everything was very still. After a while of nothing, out of nowhere I heard a thumping sound. It sounded like a deer thump, like one you could feel in your chest, and it started off slow, then quickly picked up pace like if someone was thumping on their chest. Something like that. I don't know what it was, but I assumed that it was a male turkey, a gobbler, drumming, because I heard something similar when looking up turkey calls. It only happened once, then it was quiet again for what seemed like another long stretch of time. I thought to myself, cool, I wonder what that was. And then something different happened. Another sound started up, but I couldn't for the life of me imagine what could make this sound. It started off low and then picked up volume slowly until it decently was audible, to where it sounded like someone dragging a cardboard box across carpet. It came from in a direction maybe like 50 yards away from my stand, and seemed to remain in one spot, went on for a very long time and would quiet down to a whisper, then slowly pick up volume again, over and over and over and over. I couldn't explain it. It was continuous, keeping the same rhythm and staying in the same spot. Thought maybe it was wind, but nothing was moving, no leaves, branches, or anything. And it wasn't raining either. Otherwise, I would feel and hear it all around, and the sound stayed in the same distance from me, only changing in pitch. I've never heard anything like it in the woods before and haven't since. After a while of this, the sound slowly quieted down until it was completely gone, and all was quiet in the woods again. Then a few minutes later, the sun started coming up. Birds started singing, squirrels started moving about in the leaves, and everything else started to wake up. It was the strangest fucking thing. I stayed in the stand another hour or two before my father-in-law came looking for me. We were on his land. He fetched me to head back to the house, which was quite a ways from the spot that we were at in the woods. We talked all the way back, and I told him how I didn't see a single damn deer and how chilly it was. He chuckled and gave me tips and other pieces of wisdom for the next hunt. Eventually, the house was in view, and we were walking out of the woods. I didn't want to sound stupid, and I didn't want to ask in case it was nothing, but my curiosity had gotten the better of me by that point, and I really wanted to know what I heard out there. I told him about the thumping sound, and he nodded and said it was probably some kind of animal, although he wasn't sure what. He didn't seem fazed, though. I nodded, and then I told him, I heard something else too, but I'm not sure what. I explained the whole thing to him the best that I could, and he listened without saying anything or nodding or making any sort of facial expression. And then he changed the subject. I wasn't unsettled about the damn sound until that very moment, because that was just strange to me that he didn't acknowledge what I just told him. I let it go, and I didn't ask again. I did ask my brother-in-law about it later, but he couldn't explain it either. He said it was probably everything warming up and all the vegetation defrosting, but I told him how the sound seemed to only come from one direction and stay in the same general area, and how nothing else was moving at all. It was incredibly dark, but I could still see enough to make out that there were no leaves, branches, trees, and nothing was moving. He couldn't explain it, and the only thing that he could say was, it's really weird. And that was that. None of my buddies at work could explain it. I haven't heard anything like that since. Ask Reddit. I spent a lot of time in my mother's father's house in the woods. This was in the woods of Michigan. My brother and I got lost a lot, but if we could find the train tracks, we could always get back. One time when I was about 8 and my brothers were like 11 or 12, he didn't want me bothering him and ran away, leaving me alone in the woods. I was crying and just wandering around when I came to a house with 2 horses in the pasture. I went and knocked on the door for help. This lady who looked like a fucking older librarian answered and looked really shocked. I whined about my brother leaving me, and she told me to stay at the door while she went back for something, and then she came out to walk me home. I was telling her about the train tracks. She said that she knew where they were. So we get to the tracks, and I'm cheering and pointing in the direction of my grandpa's house. And I turned back, and she was just gone, no trace of her. I went ahead and crossed the tracks and followed the path to the house. My brother was already back, and they were literally all outside about to go looking for me. Grandma had made dinner, and we all went in to eat. I told Grandma that I just wanted to bake cookies for the lady that helped me. She thought that it was one of the neighbors, until I said she had 2 pretty horses. Apparently, none of the neighbors had horses. When I said her house was on the opposite side of the tracks, she said that that was all thick woods and there were only houses on this side of the tracks. I was adamant about what I saw and where I saw this lady and her house. So the next day, Grandma packed a bunch of sandwiches up for a picnic in the woods to see where I saw the lady and her house. It was a long walk, but we made it to the pasture, except there was no house and no horses. The only thing in the pasture was my hat that I lost while wandering around before finding the lady's house. We still had our picnic, not sure if it was a ghost or fae. Ask Reddit. In Wales, more like a story of what I didn't see, but still. I was 13 years old and I lived in a tiny little village, and one day my dog escaped the back garden and went on an adventure by himself. Concerned about him getting into a field with livestock, I went looking for him around the village and remembered that there was a patch of woodland up on a hill that I'd never been to before. I could imagine the dog would love it there, so I went to check it out. I reached the woods and began to call out the dog's name, hoping he'd come bounding out of the woods. but no sign, so I went further in. I came to a pretty large clearing, and suddenly I felt a little creeped out. I suddenly didn't want to call out for the dog anymore, and thought I should be getting home. I left the clearing and began to hurry back the way I came. Only this time I could hear something. There were very clear sounds of footsteps in the dry leaves following behind me, and I mean right behind me, as though someone was walking close enough for me to touch them. Only there was nothing there. I kept stopping to look around, and the footsteps would quickly stop as well. My skin was crawling, but I had a strong sense that I shouldn't run, so I forced myself to keep walking calmly, but I was completely terrified. I managed to walk about 10 steps with the mysterious sounds keeping pace until my nerve went and I broke into a mad run. The worst part is that the moment I ran, I heard a weird, high-pitched little giggle coming from behind me. I got the hell out of there and I never went back. The dumb dog was waiting for me, having made his way home. I'm glad he didn't go into the woods. Might have been dog-napped by the pixies. Ask Reddit. This happened to me and my family very recently. My paternal grandma was dying of cancer, so I made the effort to fly out to see her one last time in December of last year. For some context, my grandpa died at home from his 4th heart attack in 2018, and I have a few other relatives and ancestors who died at the home as well. It's a very old farmhouse, probably built in the late 1800s, that my family purchased when they arrived in the States in the early 1900s. Needless to say, my family roots run deep through that place and the land surrounding it. Prior to my ancestors arriving, the land was heavily populated by the Wabasha tribes. Every year, the tractors till up buckets of more artifacts. So many, in fact, that neither the museums or the local tribal agencies have room for them, and simply ask for us to keep what we find, so long as we find it on our land. Otherwise, leave it be. So as you can tell, there's a lot of history going on, I think contributes to the weird supernatural shit going on. Anyway, while my grandma was dying, the farmhouse was rife with paranormal activity. It was actually pretty damn freaky. Nobody could figure out why such things were happening. We'd hear everything from loud, obvious footsteps throughout the house that could last for minutes, to hearing things being shuffled around, seeing things move on their own, seeing figures and forms darting this way and that. They weren't just old house noises or animals running about. These were extremely obvious happenings with no obvious reasoning behind them. I got worried that we were all going crazy or dying of carbon monoxide poisoning or mold toxicity or both. But we had working carbon monoxide detectors in almost every room, and my family had done a pretty good job at locating and killing any mold in the house. I also hypothesized that it could be funky EMFs caused by old wiring, that we were fucking with us maybe, but the wiring was redone in the mid-90s to make the house safer, and my jack-of-all-trades family had been keeping it updated for electronics and safety shit. Finally, my grandma was having a lot of near-death visions of loved ones. Most notably, she told me her twin sister had come by to visit, saying that she and my grandma would spend Christmas together. I knew my grandma had a twin sister, but what I didn't know was her twin sister died in 2016. When I told my dad, who is a rather obnoxious atheist, I'll add, what Grandma told me, he was speechless for a moment before telling me that my grandma's twin had died several years ago from lung cancer. With all that out of the way, one of the strangest things out of all of this happened when me and a bunch of my family, my dad, uncles, aunt, handful of cousins, were all seated around the dining room table at night, playing cards and telling stories. My grandma had run out of steam a couple hours before and had gone to bed. Somehow our conversation turned towards the strange happenings in the house, as well as my grandpa's passing. Jokingly, one of my cousins said, "If Grandpa's here with Grandma, can you do something to make yourself known?" Right away, an antique cabinet drawer right next to my cousin's chair swung open with force, and a stack of papers slid out. Upon further inspection, the yellowed, stained papers that slid out were a handful of bird drawings my grandpa had done in elementary school. It was called My Bird Book, signed his name, and included 10 drawings of his favorite local birds. It was both freaky and comforting, to say the least. Ask Reddit. About 2 or 3 years ago, I was working for Cox Communications. It's an internet service, and being one of the representatives, they would send me around to different Best Buy locations as a third party to sell internet. One of the locations I was going to, I'd never been to before, and it was, I want to say, a few nights before the day I was going to be going to this new location that I had a dream about already being there. In my dream, I had to walk into the back room where it was like a warehouse that had all of these washers and dryers and dishwashers. And in my dream, I had a conversation with somebody I couldn't really see their face, but I kind of remembered the conversation. Fast forward a few days later, and I'm at my normal location at my job. My boss calls me and tells me he needs me to go to the Maryland Parkway store. That's the store that I've never been to. I go, and once I'm there, a customer needed to speak to the manager and saw me and asked if I could help her get to one of them. So I saw a manager go into the warehouse in the back of the Best Buy, and I went to go get him. I felt this tingling feeling when I was walking and ignored it. Then I walked into the back, and bam! Washers and dryers and dishwashers everywhere. I was standing right where I was in my dream, seeing everything I was seeing. I thought I was dreaming again, but then the manager came to me and said, "Do you need something?" And just like my dream, even though I didn't see his face in the dream, we had the same exact conversation. It's been happening here and there lately, but that was the strongest connection I've ever had with the dream. Don't know if anybody else experiences this. Story number 11. Another Ask Reddit. So before my mother met my father, she was married once before. Let's call him Charlie. My mother adored Charlie, and for good reason from what I'm told. Charlie was kind, patient, and he loved my mother dearly. He didn't have a gecko. One night, my mother woke up to a horrific gargling noise. She looked over at Charlie to find he was choking on his own vomit. No alcohol involved, mind you. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was gone. My mother's grief was profound, but life keeps moving. Eventually. So did she. 4 to 5 years later, my parents wed, and he had me. Apparently, I would often speak to myself in my room. I was around 2-ish, old enough to hold a rudimentary conversation. My mother and father assumed it was simply the innocent rambling of a toddler, thought nothing of it. Time passes, and she starts to worry. Feeling emboldened to ask about it, she enters my room and interrupts my lonely conversation with, "Who are you speaking to?" I apparently looked at her like it's obvious and reply, "He's my friend, and he says he knows you, Mama. His name's Charlie." My mother was stunned. The conversation continued until I apparently grew out of them. They say age desensitizes you. Who knows? I often quietly pay my respects to Charlie. I recently went to his grave with my mother. If it weren't for his untimely passing, I'd never have been here. Ask Reddit. When I was in grade school, my friend and I had to come in one Saturday to do some cleaning as punishment for something that we did. They had us go to the church, which was associated with the school, and help the priest lead the room full of boxes and told us to help organize things. I guess it was all stuff people donated, and we were tasked with separating books from clothing, things like that. Anyway, there had always been this rumor that there was a secret bowling alley in the basement of the church, and my friend and I were definitely going to take this opportunity to find out if that was true. After watching us for about 10 minutes, the priest leaves us alone and said he'll come back later to check up on us. We waited a few minutes and then decided to try and find the basement. This church was huge, so it wasn't easy, but it was fun. Felt like being in some heist movie. About 20 minutes or so, we finally found it. We walked into this giant room with tables and chairs stacked everywhere. The only light that we had was this shitty flashlight from my friend's flip phone. We eventually found a light and realized where we were. We found the bowling alley. It was only a couple of lanes and looked in pretty bad shape. Probably hadn't been used for decades, and now they just used the space to store tables and chairs. It was cool to discover that the rumor was true, but at the same time, it was kind of disappointing. I looked it up years later, and I guess the church closed because of the deterioration in 1988, and it was reopened in 1992. I guess they didn't feel it was worth fixing. So now it's just a giant storage room. No ghosts in that story, but still cool. Peculiar Facebook Marketplace buyer told me my headboard was possessed. A seller messages me, looking to purchase the headboard for their new room. They come out, look at the headboard. My daughter touches the headboard and then goes and whispers to her mom. Mom says, "I don't think this will match our room." I politely say goodbye and they drive away. 15 minutes later, presumably they returned home, I get a series of messages from the person. Yeah, this is the conversation. Person: just wondering, have you lost somebody recently? Has someone close to you died recently? Me: no, family's all in good health. Person: well, I'm not sure what you believe in, or don't believe in, but my daughter has a spiritual gift, and she's a medium. That headboard has an angry spirit attached to it, and that's why she doesn't want it. And now she's in excruciating pain. It's like the spirit doesn't want you to sell it. So, think outside a close family member, anybody else that you may have lost recently, maybe a friend, or maybe the spirit was already attached to the headboard when you got it. Where'd you get the headboard? Me. I purchased it from the original owner, a family in the suburbs with 2 kids. They got it from some store. Person: well, they may have lost someone, or they may have been someone in one of those 2 houses, but there is an angry spirit, a male, attached to that headboard, and does not want to leave, or for you to sell it. So if any other medium comes to look at it, they won't buy it either. Since now the spirit is attached to you and doesn't want to leave you, and lets the medium know with anger, heat, and fire. Best of luck to you for as long as the spirit stays inside the headboard. There's no way to get rid of it. My daughter's hand is still on fire with spiking pain. Will be that way for a while. Me: I do hope your daughter's headache and hands, all those aches, pass soon. Thank you for the information, although it doesn't seem to align with anything that we know about the headboard. I don't believe in spiritism and mediumship. However, my wife does. She's not a medium, but some of her family are, and have visions of deceased people. Person: not a headache. Her hand where she touched the headboard is on fire and has spiking pain running through it, as this is what angry spirits do to mediums. Person: none of the mediums you know will probably be able to feel or sense this spirit, as he is quite strong if he can place himself inside wood and cause heat and fire transfer. Tell your wife if she will believe it. Me. Thinking hand pain equals allergy. Me. Okay. For what it's worth, I did wipe down the headboard with a diluted lavender cleaner similar to Lysol. Person. Means nothing. Me. Although you're certain of your daughter's assessment, I figured I'd mention it. Person. No, I'm positive of her abilities, God-given. At this point, my attention was called away for 3 hours. When I got back, the kind lady had blocked me. Anyway, that's the story. Wife found her account, and all my means that she seemed like a pretty normal person. Anyway, I'm not posting this to shame the person, her daughter, or the alleged abilities. If I did, I'd have posted this to some other sub. Story number 14. I was being watched by the Hatman for most of my childhood. When I was around the age of 10, I felt like I was being watched all the time, every day. That feeling never went away. Sometimes this thing, quote-unquote, or spirit, quote-unquote, did show itself. It was a tall man wearing all black with a black hat, and sometimes had glowing red eyes, if I remember right. I was very scared and didn't know if this man or spirit would do anything to me, but he made me feel unsafe, and it felt like he was going to harm me in some way. I don't know how, but something like murder or give me some very life-threatening injuries, maybe kidnap me, I'm not sure. But as a 10-year-old, that scared the living shit out of me. I remember some nights I couldn't sleep in my own room. I couldn't have the window closed, even if it was very hot outside my room, because there was a chance that he might come in through the window. If he wasn't under the bed, in the closet, or behind my curtains. Some days I couldn't be alone anywhere, like I couldn't be in the living room and my mom was in the kitchen. I felt like this man could come and get me. This kept going until I was around 14, I think. Even the not sleeping in my room, I was sleeping on the couch in the living room with my mom. But over the years, I felt the presence of this man or spirit, and it only got worse. He could be anywhere from behind a door to the smallest cracks, like between the sofa and the floor. I'm not sure how, but he went away, and I just kind of woke up one day and he was gone. But lately, I felt his presence slowly coming back. Not how it was when I was a kid, but I still know he's watching me. Not that long ago, I got to know about the Hatman and did some research and found out that I'm not the only one who's seen or felt like I've been watched by this unknown man. And it's quite scary to think about that. This is even happening to many people, so it's probably not just some weird illusion or some weird brain thing. Can someone tell me what this is? I'm a 22-year-old female, and I currently live with my boyfriend and 2 cats. At around 18, when I lived with my parents, I started having some paranormal things happen to me. It started with hearing my cat's bells. Now that I'm thinking about it, this cat was a gift from my best friend. He was an elderly cat, and that's owner's passed away. Unfortunately, I had to give him back to my best friend because I was moving. But the fact that his owner passed away has me thinking now. I would be lying on the bed with my cat and I would hear his bells from his toys underneath my bed or on the wood floor. It always creeped me out a bit, but I just tried to tell myself it was my grandparents letting me know that they're here. I started to see blobs of color. Very hard to describe, but I know I wasn't crazy because my best friend would assure me that she could also see them. Then the most significant thing happened. We were home alone, just got back from school. My parents have a dog who's very territorial and will always let you know if something is knocking on the door or coming inside. We heard someone rush through the front door and start playing the TV, washing dishes and using the microwave. But the dog hadn't made a peep. I yelled, "Anybody there?" No response. We looked outside. Still, no cars parked. I never went downstairs because I was terrified. But yeah, that happened. I moved to my sister's house. Still saw the blob. Still heard the bells. Mind you, I didn't have that cat anymore from when I started to hear the bells in the first place. I did have a new cat and I still heard the bells. Tried not to scare myself whenever I saw or heard these things, though. Then I moved again into my boyfriend's house. There was definitely some spirits before we moved in. I would see figures out of the corners of my eye all the time. I was terrified there. And I still heard the bells. Now I live in a different apartment and I still hear the bells yet again. I haven't seen the blob since I lived with my sister, though. But it's currently almost 4 a.m. and I heard the bells going crazy. It's not my cats. They're on my bed and they don't have collars with bells or anything. There's one single toy in my apartment with the bell, and it suctions to a wall that's not in my bedroom where I always hear the bell. For some reason, it freaked me out a little extra tonight. I just want to know if this has ever happened to anyone else. Is it a ghost, or am I just paranoid? I'm home alone most days as my boyfriend is always at work, and I'm used to it. I'm never paranoid about being home alone. However, today I was in the bathroom when I heard my cabinets opening and closing. I also heard someone's heavy footsteps, as well as the vibration walking across my floor. I have envelopes lying on the ground near the door and heard them crunch underneath someone's feet. I'm on the top floor, so I never hear or feel anyone else's footsteps except for my boyfriend's when he's home. It sounds like someone was wearing boots walking around my kitchen and living room, and it's a small apartment, so I hear everything. I panicked and I decided to call 911 because the footsteps did not stop. Once they arrived, no one was here. The door was locked just as I had left it, and there was zero signs of forced entry. My cabinets were in fact crept slightly open, and I never do that. All of my things are still in the same spot that I left them. No other people in the apartment building are home. 2 other occupants, and they're both at work. So the footsteps couldn't have possibly come from anyone else. Absolutely zero sign of someone else being in here with me besides the cabinets being slightly open. I'm not a person who would be paranoid from a few strange noises while home alone, but this sounded way too much like someone was with me in here. Was it a hungry ghost? Was I paranoid for some reason? Did someone break in and for no reason and just lock the door and leave? I'm so confused. Abnormal dreams, looking for others that might have them. Just to make a point, twice I've dreams of children. Weird dreams, like I held a small boy and it was not my kid. I looked around and asked, "Who's this kid?" And an old friend turned to me and said, "It's my boy," and I woke up. The day after I went to see him, thought I would tell him about the dream, and when I did, he laughed and said that his girlfriend, I didn't know he had one by the way, was pregnant, and they were gonna announce it. Turned out it was a boy. When my girlfriend got pregnant, I had a similar dream. I held 2 beautiful girls, and I cried because I was so happy. They were my girls, and when I woke up, I laughed and told my girlfriend that we would have twin girls, and turns out we actually did. Here's a freaky one. I just moved to Australia to study, and I had a vivid dream of a monster chasing me in a desert, and I went into a room. It's in the middle of the desert, trying to escape, but it had no windows except for the door I came in through, and then the monster came inside, and I was terrified. At that point, a man dressed in white said my name and told me I was dreaming, and I knew right away that it was a dream and all the fear disappeared. I thanked him and he said that he was here to warn me, and told me that I would die if I stayed in Australia. I asked him maybe 20 questions of why and when, and so many things, and he just replied on each and every thing. This was my first day there, and I came late at night. I asked him in the end if I would believe this when I woke up. He told me, some do, some don't. I begged him to show me a sign in the real world. He said it was very difficult, but he would try, and would see the sign over odd word. At that point, I had no idea what that word meant, and I thanked him, and we shook hands, and I woke up in that very moment. Later that day, I saw that word on the apartment building next door. Sure, my subconscious could have picked it up and created this vivid dream, but he told me that they warn everybody all the time. Here's a second one that's odd, and those odd ones I have difficulty forgetting. I had a dream, and it was a normal dream, but at one point I saw a door and I was clearing my head, like I knew that it was a dream, but that door was not supposed to be there. It was in my town and the door was misplaced, so the dream kind of just stopped and I went inside the door where I met this weird guy that got startled and told me I wasn't allowed to be in here. But I remained, and he had this computer, quote-unquote. It was made of glass and lights. He told me that this was all of our lives, and he showed me my lives. It was hundreds of them. The glass thingies could connect them, and I could see moments from those lives. It had green and red, and those lights represented good and bad times. A red life meant I had a bad life, a tough one, and if you opened it, there could be both red and green moments, but the overall was red. I was shown that my younger brother and I shared a lot of lives together, but my other siblings shared only this one. I asked to see the last life that he showed me again. He told me that here time ends. He opened it, and I saw a fish-like person swimming in a dark ocean with a bunch of others. Kind of like mermaids, but not like anything I'd ever seen before. I thanked him, went out the door. Sure, it could be a dream. It was a dream, but it stuck hard with me for some reason. Then we have the last one. My very first dream I had as a toddler, over and over and over. And whatever I did, I could never change a single thing in this dream. It played like a movie until it ended, the same as it did every night. I had this dream for years. Lived in a house with a mom and dad. She was sick, always at home, and he, I think, was a carpenter. I had my room up the steps in the living room, and my mom would always walk into the kitchen and grab a knife, which my dad took out of her hand and cried and begged her to stop, but she was ill somehow. And this day in my dream, my dad was fixing the roof, and she chased me with the knife. I climbed the stair to reach him, and before I could, she stabbed me in the back, and I died right there in his arms. And I floated above him, holding me in this dream just, I don't know, I remember it so well, every detail of it printed in my mind. Bonded with an animal. Anyone know what it's called, or have had a similar experience? As a kid, I was physically abused daily, beaten by many, an easy target. My stepdad was as evil as so many around him. A small town that just didn't like the scrawny kid that was me, that had a dad in a foreign country. Why I say this is because it's part of the story. I had no one in my life, my mother always away working, my siblings older or avoiding me, as no one wants to be around the kid that gets beaten because they will too. My mom once took me to see my aunt. She had kittens and went up to see them, and all of them were feeding except one, an odd-looking red thing that was away from his mother, making small sounds, all lost and so tiny. My aunt said that he probably wouldn't make it, as the small ones rarely do, as they struggle to find the tit and so forth and so on. So I helped him. Every day I begged my mom to visit, and we did when we could, and I always found him lost somewhere, blind, abandoned, and brought him to his mom, played with him, sat with him, talked to him. Until one day, when I was there and my aunt said that I could take him home, my mom nodded, happy day of my life. He was such a scared thing, always frightened, and he used to sit inside my t-shirt close to my body. Only place that he would be quiet and not cry out. He slept with me, ate with me, and I tried to leave him somewhere that he could just cry and cry and cry. So it pretty much ended up that I had him on my shoulder like a parrot. He loved it. From the start of the day till the end, until we got into my room. And then he went bananas, running wild, and I trained him for battle with my teddy bears and stuffed animals, and I loved him with all my heart. He followed me wherever I went. When I walked to school, which took 30 minutes, he would sneak after me, hiding in the woods, because he knew if I saw him, I would take him home and lock him inside, because I feared that he would get hurt, either by once beating me or the train or the cars. So I used to stand still, looking into the woods, and I'd say, "I see you. I know you're there, come out." And he would come forward, feeling busted, purring, and I had to grab him, run home, lock inside, and run back. I have thousands of stories like this. Like Christmas. I was sitting on the edge of the sofa, and he came inside the room, jumped up onto the sofa, and everybody tried to grab him and pet him. And he just ran past them all and threw himself down on my lap, purring. It was me and him against the world. During winter, I used to walk deep into the snowy woods, and he would sit on my shoulder or jump in my footprints. There we would lay down and watch the stars until it was frozen solid. Then he'd just lay on my chest purring. I truly loved him. And I always knew that he was around me. He just had to peek left or right or something, and there he was, sneaking around following me. Until one day, one dreadful day, I was inside my neighbor's house playing tabletop games, and in a blink of a moment, I was struck with immense pain in my chest, and I knew something had happened to him. I told my neighbor that I had to go find my cat, that something had happened, and they went outside and he wasn't out there, waiting for me like he always did. I searched all day and didn't find him. My mom went to part with my awful stepdad, and I kept looking. When the clock was 4 p.m, my mom came back, and I met her one night in the streets, and she was surprised to see me up. I told her I'm looking for my cat. With a drunk voice, she told me that he was dead, had been hit by a car, and they hid him from me because they knew how close we were. The next day, I buried him with the most precious things I owned. I felt like something was ripped from my chest. How can that be the moment it happened? How could I have felt that? What does that mean? I doubt I could ever get a bond like that again. I've had plenty of pets after. Nothing remotely as powerful as this. Dare to explore the extraordinary with Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to be the first to experience our latest stories that push the boundaries of belief. Get ready for an unforgettable journey. A haunted marijuana farm. You may have guessed, but this took place in Colorado. The farm itself was way off the beaten path, which was perfect for growing a crop. People liked to steal, and it made it interesting for the only security guard there at night. It was apparently used to grow beans throughout the 1900s before some bright-eyed entrepreneurs bought it to get a foot in the cannabis business. It's completely surrounded by woods on all sides. Upon entering the complex, you're met with several old farmhouses. Only one was used for offices, while the other two were just storage. This was called the admin area, and it's on the north end of the property. To the east, west, and south, you have 3 growing fields, all approximately 100 acres. Just past the admin area, you have several greenhouses encompassed by a fence and a large garage attached to it. And that was used to be a greenhouse, but now holds supplies. Across the lot from that, another garage for farm equipment. So a very large area for one lone security guard. Now this was a brand new contract, so I had no one to show me around, and I was basically tasked with creating security procedures for the other guards to follow. To that end, I was working 7 days a week, 4 p.m. to 6 a.m., until I had everything ironed out. My first day, I do a walk through the place with my boss and the farm owner that is then left, pretty much leaving me on my own rather to figure it out. Thankfully, I did have a decent little office in the admin building, and they even had an 8-channel security system set up. So weeks go by, nothing weird has happened. Not even an off feeling. If anything, it was beyond peaceful. I figured out a good security routine and made a policy out of it for the new guards to follow. After that, life was easy. Do my checks, read Fanatic, watch YouTube, glance at cameras, repeat. I was doing just that at about 2 a.m. when I see a black mass jump over the greenhouse fence. I bolt up, lock my office, and run down there, weapon drawn. Now that may seem like a dramatic response, but I should be the only person for literally miles around. The main road is the only way by vehicle, and it's gated. Plus, the gate is right next to my office, so I would have heard or seen someone approach by vehicle. The foot traffic at that hour and in that location, well, it's probably not the mailman. I get to the greenhouse area gate and quietly let myself in. I start checking greenhouses one by one. After about 20 minutes, I find absolutely nothing. I find the camera in question and looked around the area but found nothing out of place. I end up doing my entire security check early just to be sure, and then head back to the office. I plan to review the footage because the fence is 8 feet tall with an additional foot of barbed wire across the top. That in itself freaks me out because I've been outside for over an hour before I realize the only thing that can clear that jump is a mountain lion. So I hustled back to my office. But my monitor is black. No signal found. The hard drive in the brand new DVR is fried. At this point, it's weird, but not necessarily paranormal. A few days go by. We get the hard drive replaced. All is well. It's probably around midnight, and I'm doing my checks by the backside of the greenhouse area, when out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream, and it's damn close. My body goes cold. This very well could be the big cat I suspected from a few nights earlier. I find the nearest gate and let myself into the greenhouse area. Better in there than out in the open. But then I hear crying, unmistakably female, diaphragm shaking, snot slinging, weeping. That's not a cat. I almost wish it was, but I have to look. It's my job. Now behind the greenhouse area, there's a dirt road in front of the center field that circles all the way around it. This road connects to the perimeter road for the 2 side fields. Think of 3 big circles arranged in a loose shape of a triangle with the greenhouses in the middle. Well, this crying sounded like it was coming from that center road. I start to approach very slowly, and I can still hear it as clear as day. It's getting louder and louder the closer I get. It's almost nightmarish, until it just stops. So I stopped. I stayed there completely still for quite a long time. But there was nothing. People don't just stop sobbing. There's at least a sniffling, maybe that hiccup when you try to catch your breath. But it just went from wailing to nothing in one beat. After that, I always felt uncomfortable toward that back field. I heard the scream several more times after that, always around midnight, and always from that same area, but never went to investigate after my initial experience. By this time, harvesting has come, It's come and it's gone, and the fields are bare. I'm still needed, however, because they used the greenhouses throughout the winter, and as the seasons changed, so did my responsibilities. Rather than patrolling the fields, my focus was the greenhouses. Not just for theft, but also ensuring that the heaters continue to work throughout the cold nights. To this end, I took to parking my Jeep next to the greenhouse area so I didn't have to make a long trek through the snow from the security office to the greenhouses. I could see everything I needed from my driver's seat, and my Jeep heater was infinitely better than the little space heater in my office. I had a routine: start the Jeep, get it nice and hot, then turn it off. I kept my windows cracked because security work at night is 50% listening for weird shit. I didn't have to listen hard. A loud bang immediately removed any drowsiness I may have had. Something just hit my vehicle. I don't get out immediately. I took a good look around, listening for footsteps and checking my mirrors frantically, but there's nothing. Then it happens again, bang, on the roof of my Jeep, and dirt tumbles down my windshield. Someone's throwing dirt clumps at me? I call my supervisor and explain what's going on. She says she's on her way and she'll be there in about a half an hour. She's working at another farm not too far away. I reached to the passenger seat and grabbed my spotlight. The big kind of spotlight, 1,000 lumens, allowed me to see the back of every field. The kinds of spotlights that'll land you in jail if you shine it at a plane. I hop out of my Jeep and climb onto the roof. It had to have come from the back field. I began panning back and forth with my handheld beam of daylight. I don't immediately see anybody, so I start with the verbal commands. Come out! You're trespassing! Announce yourself! I'm authorized to use lethal force! Yada yada. No response. I stay posted up until my supervisor arrives. We decided to walk the perimeter of all 3 fields and found absolutely nothing. By this time, it's almost 3 a.m. and we're back at my Jeep talking and smoking. Then a whistle. Like that playful 2-tone whistle that says, I'm over here. My supervisor just gave me this look like, seriously? I told her that's the kind of thing I deal with at this place. She stuck around for the rest of the shift, but nothing else happened. It stayed quiet until Christmas Day, when I picked up a shift for that sweet holiday pay. I also opted to stay in the office for the sake of my Jeep. That's when the music started. Long, flowing classical music that you might hear playing quietly at a fancy party. I listened, then stood up and listened some more, walked to the doorway of the security office and stopped to listen again. It's still there. I stepped out and it stops. I pause to dead silence. I step back into my office and I can hear it again. I poke my head out and it stops. I lean back in and it starts again. It was almost cartoonish. It went on for quite a while and gradually faded away. There's nothing in that old building that plays music. No radio, PA systems, and no one had forgotten a cell phone. It wasn't my phone, as I had actually tried to record it, but picked up nothing but white noise. I walked outside in the off chance that it was coming from miles away, but yet again nothing, and I only ever heard that music on Christmas Day. After that, I'd actually gotten permission to bring my husky to work, and he loved the farm, especially in the snow. But some nights he wouldn't leave my side. He would actually growl at things I had no perception of. Which is strange if you own a husky. The strangest thing about that place was that you could tell if it was going to be a normal night or not when you got there. Some days the atmosphere was just different. A lot of other things happened there, but those were the big ones. If I get decent response on here, I may share a few more stories from my time in the Marines, or during my time as a cop. I implore you to do so, sir. Cops chasing shadows in the old courthouse. I was at a loss with what to do with my life after getting out of the Marines. I took quite a bit of time off from being a responsible adult in an attempt to decompress from 6 years of intense structure. Shortly thereafter, I realized I couldn't function properly without that structure. Just like that, Facebook targeted me with a life advertisement. Like it had read my thoughts. My small town city police department is looking for a full-time patrol officer. Makes sense. It's the closest I'll ever get to the fulfillment of serving one's country, serving my community instead. Being a cop would give me the structure and order I needed. I could even help people on a more personal level, more than I ever felt I did as a Marine. It just made sense, so that's what I did. Interviews, background checks, drug tests in the academy, and then I was in. Sort of. I may have been a sergeant of Marines, but a few medals to display in an oak shadow box, but now I'm just a rookie. As such, I have to ride with the field training officer. I may have graduated the academy, but that's only the basics. Boot camp, so to speak. Now I'm partnered to a veteran cop with 15 plus years on the force. Officer, I'll call him D for privacy, was easily respected. Firm but fair. By the book, and seemed to know everything about anything. I couldn't have found a better training officer. He recognized that I had, what it was exactly that I'd done in life up until that point and respected me for it. Treated me like an adult. I couldn't ask for more, so the months went by. We responded to car accidents, domestic calls, disputes of all kinds, and even a few funny, in my opinion, calls. Like a lady hitting her husband over the head with a ladle because he said her chili was bad. A story for another time, perhaps. So, we worked the night shift. Less chaotic for a new guy, I suppose. Part of our duties was checking up on the local government buildings throughout the night. I may have mentioned it was a smaller town, but we had recently had a new courthouse and jail built. The old courthouse was repurposed into a lot of smaller offices, DMV, water board, county clerk, registrar of property deeds. The attached old jail was for the most part simply abandoned. The old jail is connected to the old courthouse by a third-story sky bridge. I guess the idea was if you were sentenced to jail time, you could march right into that jail. It was a quiet night, and on one particular shift, Officer D suggests that we should knock out our nightly checks before things inevitably get not so quiet. It's about midnight, so we cruise over to the old courthouse to get started. We pull right up to the main entrance, and I get out and approach the doors like I'd done for months already. Just a quick tug to make sure it's secure, but the door swings open. From the cruiser I hear the straight-laced Officer D simply state, "Fuck." My eloquent response is, "Why fuck?" See, the courthouse, old or new, is the sheriff's department's domain. When it's found unlocked in the middle of the night, it means getting the sheriff out of bed. So that's what we did, and Sheriff J did not disappoint. This man showed up wearing pajama pants and a gun. He called a few sheriff's deputies in the area to assist because we now have to go into this large 3-story building and search the entire thing to ensure nobody's wandered in. Eerie does not even begin to describe it. You know what I mean if you've ever been inside of a mall or a school well beyond after hours. A place normally bustling with activity being so still and so quiet is disconcerting. But nevertheless, we had a job to do. So myself, Officer D, 2 sheriff's deputies, and our pajama-clad sheriff began to sweep the first floor of the building. One thing I did notice is that the place had those motion-activated hallway lights that click on one by one as you progress further in. Other than that little observation, it was routine. On the second floor, more offices. Some I knew, some I didn't. No sign of anyone or anything out of place. We've more or less split up at this point to cover more ground a little quicker. It's clear that Sheriff J would like to go back to sleep. I turned a corner and I met with a long, dark hallway. No office doors in sight. Just a single door at the end, with a sign identifying it as a stairwell. On the right side of the hall were many large windows overlooking the parking lot. I began the trek to the stairwell, glancing out the windows down at our cruisers, then up to the 3rd floor. I met with the same hallway as the floor below, windows now on my left as I moved towards the main hall. This is where all the old courtrooms are. Going into the first courtroom, I was met with a once majestic and dignified room reduced to an oversized and disorganized filing cabinet. Manila folders stacked high as far as the eye could see. It was a hoarder's dream and downright perilous to walk through. I wanted to check out the old sky bridge, but it was sealed up tight. Oh well, I search the room as best as I can and I find nothing. So I stumble out of that life-sized game of bureaucratic Jenga and move on. But it looks like the other guys already finished up the other 2 courtrooms and were waiting for me. We came up empty-handed. Well, that was the best-case scenario. So we head back down to the 1st floor and leave out the main entrance, Sheriff J securing the doors behind us. We congregate by the cruisers and we were swapping stories about what each of us saw. It's not every day that you get to explore an old courthouse at night, after all. The minutes tick by and the building is long since gone dark. The lights turning off with the lack of motion to activate them. Until one did. On the 3rd floor, and another in succession, as if someone was walking the hallway as I just had, not 15 minutes before. 5 law enforcement officers stood stock still watching this happen until the entire hall was illuminated once more. Then, as the last light activated, a dark figure peered around the edge of the window and then leaned back out of sight. A moment of hesitation from everyone present before Sheriff J charged the door, jamming the key in and whipping the door open. The sheriff and his deputies ran to the left staircase while Officer D and I burst into the right stairwell. We rushed to the 3rd floor and both groups stopped at each end of the main hall for a moment. We had just ran down the side hall where this person or thing just was. It was a lot colder than before. I stayed at the L intersection on my side, while a deputy stayed at the L intersection of the opposite end. These are the only 2 staircases in the whole building, no elevators either. So we have this person cornered. Sheriff J, Officer D, and the other deputy then meticulously start clearing the courtrooms again. I stayed at my intersection, constantly looking between the younger deputy across from me and the hallway that had already begun to go dark again. It was a tense 20 minutes. Felt like days. But the 3 senior cops came out of the last courtroom looking baffled. Sheriff J, now looking more than awake, signaled our departure. We once again left the building, locking it behind us. There wasn't much talking like before, but each one of us took one last long look at that hallway before leaving. Business as usual. Let me say one thing. In my 35 years on this earth, I've seen some unusual things. I never went looking for ghosts. I didn't go to bed one night hoping that the thing that came to say hello was going to stand at my window, gurgling an ancient language I could not and did not want to understand. I didn't ask to spend an awful weekend with the possessed girl. I did not want to keep waking up to the sound of hysterical laughter and sobs running to the door only to wake on the couch 3 more times, each time the entity drawing closer. Stuck in a loop that I could not escape. I didn't want 6 months of bad luck brought upon me by an owl. I didn't care to see the large sloth-like creature casually passing through my living room upon waking from a nap. The ghosts at work several times, I didn't want any of it. At first, these things scared me. By the time the event I will discuss today took place, I couldn't give a damn. I had been living in Miami for a few years, I wanted to go back home to the Panhandle to start a band with my uncle. Things down south had downward spiraled enough, and it was time to move on. So I packed my guitars and a few personal belongings and hit the road north in my truck. I moved in with my Mimi and my uncle in Havana, a small town outside of Tallahassee, not far from Greenwood, where my last post took place, not far from my hometown. It was great being with family. My uncle and I started working on new songs. He bought a new computer, microphones, and all this for recording music, and life felt better than it had in a long while. I had put myself through the ringer and was ready to focus on making music and just existing and trying to be healthier. I slept in the room where we recorded our songs. Across the hall was my uncle's room. I woke up one night to discover a dark figure stooped in the doorway. The light from the computer allowed me to see how defined its shape was. I could clearly see the shape of its head, slim and black as night. It just stood there, hunched over. It was tall, most likely 10 feet or so. I knew it had woke me up on its own to try and solicit a reaction from me. It wanted my fear. I'm hip to the grift. Gonna take a lot more than that to get anything out of me. I'm more scared of people than I am of these entities. It waited there, expecting me to give it what it desired, my fear. It was just hungry and looking for sustenance. At this point in my life, I didn't really care. I had come to the conclusion that strange visitors were going to show up from time to time. I had something along the lines of, quote-unquote, "Fuck off, I'm trying to sleep, get out of here." I turned over on my mattress and fell asleep shortly after telling it to leave. The next morning, I woke up and found my uncle sitting on the porch steps in the back deck having a cigarette. I greeted him and lit my own. "Man, I had something weird happen last night," I told him. His expression became solemn. "Let me tell you what happened to me first," he said. He began to explain. He had woke up in the middle of the night to a figure hovering over him. He told me that it felt like it was trying to suck the light out of him, or the life out of him, just through his mouth. He pushed at the air above him and felt resistance, like something was there, but not fully solid. He ran outside and waited a while before he could bring himself to go back inside. My uncle doesn't make things up. He's a straightforward guy. I trust him and I know that he's telling me exactly what happened to him. He had never had something like this happen to him before. When I told him that I saw the dark figure in my room, he looked baffled. We both knew that we were having a visitor that night. My uncle was very much worried about it then, but I assured him that we would be all right. He was worried about it coming back and messing with his mother and my Mimi. Never returned, though. Not that I really care anyway. Business as usual. Owls everywhere. I spent a large portion of my time in the forest, and being from a small town in the mountains with nothing else ever going on, always have. Not to mention it was always an escape from the chaotic home life growing up in the train wreck that was most of my 20s. I would hike up the 20 miles or so some days, being able to just walk down the road to the edge of town and into the woods where sometimes I'd even be out well into the night before returning. A cold spring evening in 2020 was one of those nights which I still think of often. On the particular day, I had hiked farther and into a newer area of the mountain that I'd never been to prior. As it grew dark, I decided to stay out and keep exploring, reaching into my backpack, grabbing my headlamp. Sometime later, slightly after midnight, I'd say I was walking pretty grown to the trail when, up ahead in the middle of the path, my headlight caught a shiny orangish-red glimmer, reflecting back in the light. At first, I didn't think anything of it, as it was probably just glass or something somebody had dropped on the path. But as I approached, I noticed that there was actually 2 orange dots, until stopping probably just 5 feet away, could clearly see it was not glass, but a small brown owl. I froze, not wanting to spook it, but also wondering why it was flying away. It just sat there staring at me, moving its head side to side in that fluent owl motion. Not sure how long this whole exchange lasted, but eventually the owl just turned calmly, then flew away. I continued on deeper down this trail, thinking about how cool and lucky I was to have that rare kind of face-to-face with an owl like that. The wind started to pick up, and I could tell I was getting closer to the side of the mountain. I also started to see flashes of light like orbs, first just in the corner of my peripherals, but then more direct. Red and yellow, then stream by quickly up the trees. I figured it just to be an eye shine again, maybe from another owl, or even the flying squirrels, which are nocturnal and common in my area. That was until, ahead in the darkness and coming towards me, were 2 large yellow orb-shaped lights. These were on my height level and moving side to side in a swaying motion, I remember. Instantly, I interpreted this as flashlights, and that perhaps I'd wandered onto somebody's private property or something. I'll add now to these lights were more of a glow and not a beam projected out like a flashlight. I instinctively just turned and ran, not wanting to deal with any bullshit or get in trouble. I shut off my headlamp once I got down to this other, more defined trail, and I kept on without much problem, as it was just about a full moon and quite bright. I continued on down the hill until my foot clipped a big tree root, sticking up in the path and sent me tumbling. I sat up and looked back to see if I saw any lights following me, and after a minute, flicked back on my headlamp to see where I was at. The trees were now much larger, older growth, with less brush in between them. Then, as I looked up, my heart stopped in disbelief of what I was seeing. The light from my lamp shone into the old trees, revealing owls. Dozens and dozens of owls amongst the branches and in the hollows. Their eyes are reflecting back fiery red at me. Every which way I turned, owls perched on the trees, more silently flying in to join, all looking at me. This is where things get strange. The last thing I clearly remember was just in addition to the insanity and disbelief, a strengthening sense of unease and almost doom, I'd like to say. From that point on, my memory becomes patchy. I just entered this weird, foggy, almost dreamlike state. I vaguely recall walking through the thick rhododendron bushes and climbing on rocks well off any path in the middle of the woods. I was slow and sluggish, without really thinking of processing what I was doing, just like on autopilot. This lasted through the remainder of the night, and as the sky shifted to a slowly brightening dark bluish purple, I kinda snapped back. Not entirely everything felt heavy. I remember, and I decided I just was going to start on my way back, but not thinking anything of the strange things that had just occurred, causing me to lose several hours, and the remainder of the night. Walking back, I fell into that mindless, foggy autopilot-like state again. I'd be following the old railroad bed which trenched miles for a good portion of the way back, but would randomly walk off into the woods, through thorns and over trees and other debris. I was walking through one particular spot where a spring divided and cut through, making little islands you'd have to hop onto over the water. At one point I stopped. Looking up ahead higher up on the bank, I see a man standing there facing me. He was dressed in what I can remember looking to be that of an older style, like turn of the century, specifically a long ratty brown overcoat and a larger bowler cap, which also cast a shadow over the face, leaving no details there to be seen. Instantly, the man lunged towards me, sprinting at full speed, but completely unaffected by all the thorns and bushes and huge downed trees and flowing streams between us. It was like they weren't even there. I could also feel the ground shaking and the heavy thump of his feet slamming the ground with force. Still in that fog dream state, I just stood there watching him approach, feeling absolutely nothing. I was completely numb. I didn't care at all. The man then crashed right into me, through me. I didn't flinch or anything, but I also wasn't affected physically by this either. The man literally ran through me and was gone. I continued on the rest of my way home, still absent-minded and still detouring from time to time to waddle through brush and bushes for no apparent reason. Finally, I made it home. It was still morning and the darker out now, but with a light snow falling. I opened my front door through the backpack and slumped onto the couch, exhausted. Then I noticed something strange on the coat rack by the front door. It only took a moment to get the full picture of what it was, and again, it had kind of an emotional effect on me. I believe, rather, what he's writing is, it had no emotional effect on me. Hanging on the coat rack was the man from earlier, although this time it was only a torso and a head. He hung by the back of his overcoat, which was ratty and torn, and his head with two oversized black pits where his eyes would be, and his jaw slacked, dropping heavy to the side, almost like it was disconnected and hanging in place by pale bluish skin. As I stated before, this garnered no reaction from me. I did turn my head away a few times, rubbing my eyes, then looking back where the man still hung. I sat there and then staring at him as he faced me. His absence of eyes made it hard to know if he was staring back. Then slowly I drifted off to sleep in the presence of this corpse hanging across from me, without a care in the world. For a week after all this happened, I saw owls and everything. Spots in the walls would form into owls. The letters on license plates and pictures, TV, wherever I'd see owls, they were forming out of random things or just there in general. I ran to the door. I was 20 years old, living in Auburn, Alabama. I'm 35 now. This took place at an apartment where my friend and bandmate's girlfriend lived. We stayed that night. I woke on the couch one morning to a strange sound. It was coming from the kitchen, which was separated by the living room by a 14-foot hallway. The sound was like a young woman laughing and crying hysterically. It sounded wrong. I was immediately alarmed, and I rose up from the couch and sprang toward the front door to make a quick exit. I turned the doorknob. I woke up on the couch. Again, the sound of laughing and crying was closer now, in the hallway. I jumped up, ran to the door, turned the doorknob, and you guessed it, right back on the couch. This time, the sound was directly behind me. I couldn't get up to run towards the door this time. Whatever this was had some sort of hold on me. I did the only thing I could do, which was pull the covers over my head. I stayed there with this thing behind me with its strange laugh and cry, and eventually I woke up on the couch. Everything was normal upon waking up the fourth time. I told my friends about this, and they thought it was strange, but chalked it up to a weird dream. To this day, I swear I was awake. I've had weird dreams, but this wasn't the same. It stood at my window. It was 2007. I was 19 years old, living in an old country home in the town of Greenwood, Florida. Beautiful wood floors, large front porch, a nice back deck. It was built in the late 1800s. One night I was home by myself. My two roommates were out and about in the next town over. I decided to get some sleep. The head of my bed was up against the wall of the room. There was a big window at the head of the bed, My back deck was to the left of me, directly on the other side of the wall. The home is built up off the ground. You could get under the deck as it was open. We used it to store rakes, shovels, and a couple 5-gallon buckets. I first heard it run into the yard from the field, heavy and fast, like hooves on the ground. It ran under the porch, and I heard it knock over one of the buckets. It came straight to my window. It stood at my window. The foot of the window was up off the ground about 4 or 5 feet. It was a tall window, as the house had tall ceilings. This visitor must have been 8 or 9 feet tall. It began making a sound, a low growling language that was completely unlike anything I'd ever heard. It was not an animal, and it was far from human. It put me in a trance. I couldn't move. I didn't particularly want to move to alert it of my presence. But it knew I was there. Why else had it come to my window but to say hello? It must have seen me before, or could just smell me. I barely even drew a breath. How long I lay there with it speaking through my window, I'm unsure. 10 to 20 minutes is my guess. Its voice was terrible. Exactly what you would expect an evil thing must sound like. Over and over it spoke to me. I'd never felt fear like this in my life, knowing that it stood inches from me, separated only by the old thin pane of glass. It still fills me with dread, but I'm also filled with wonder. It eventually ran off. I heard its departure just as I'd heard its arrival. It was a tall thing and must have some weight to it. The next morning I looked under the back desk. A 5-gallon bucket was on its side and sticking out the deck, knocked over just as I knew it would be. There's nothing but wood for miles behind that house, pasture and woods stretching along the highway till Kingdom Come. Down that highway about 40 miles is my childhood home where I live today. The thing that came to greet me is still out there as far as I know. Wouldn't take long for it to get here. Does it know I'm here? Will it ever visit me again? The thought sends chills down my spine. Finally, making communication. So there have been some paranormal experiences I and my family have experienced in our house. I first noticed it around 2 years ago. I was in the garden and I was home alone. I had this feeling to look up, and in the window I saw a figure. I was stunned, but it's never scared me. They've knocked photos down, rolled objects, and made noises. Whenever something happens, I try and talk. In other words, a room spray bottle was knocked off the shelf upstairs, whilst me and my were downstairs. You guys decide. So I got it, sprayed the room, and said, "Hope that's better. Please don't knock things over." There was no way it fell off, and my mom and I have tried debunking it. Lots of things have happened. If I go through each, I'll be typing for hours, but everyone in my house has experienced something. My mom knocked on the door, and she felt and heard something knock back on the other side. I was there, and we both were kind of like, damn, okay. Guess they are here right now. My sister saw somebody coming up the stairs and thought it was me, since it was just the both of us home. But when she looked, it disappeared in front of her eyes. Whenever something happens, I'm not really scared. I don't feel attacked or uncomfortable. It's just life and death, I guess. I got an auto-scan radio for doing the Estus method, and so far I've got "your mother," in quotes. Then when I asked about what my mother and my children, I got why. My mom thinks there's a possibility that it's my dad who died 9 months ago, but this is all slowly starting around 2 years ago, so I don't really think it's likely. I want to be able to understand why they're here and what their intent is. It's done nothing to harm me that I know of. I don't know if they're going to interfere with my life or if they're just going to continue vibing behind the veils. If there's anything I need to know or a way I might need to protect myself, my family and my house, please let me know. Also, if more information is needed about experiences, also please let me know about that. Kids playing. This happened when I was 26. I was living with my ex. At the first week I was staying there, I just felt heavy whenever I'm at the house. I always hear footsteps running up and down the stairs, even when I was alone in the house. I told my ex-boyfriend about it, and he never believed me. One night when we were sleeping, I had a dream. I was facing an old mirror, and I'm looking at myself with long hair. I have short hair at that time. And my surroundings were pitch black. The only light that I saw that time was on me, and I can barely see myself in front of the mirror. Then a child's hand came out of nowhere, and it was brushing my hair. I even had a nightmare about running from a girl, and I was running as fast as I could, but whenever I open the door, I keep on running in the same room without any windows on it. My ex-boyfriend never believed in me when one night we were sleeping together and were talking while sleeping, and when I woke up, I started to wake him up as well and asked if he was talking to me while we were sleeping, and he said yes. That's when he started to tell me about his nightmare that he had sitting in the middle of the room upstairs, and a guy with a cloak put a bag on his head, speaking words he can't understand. There are 3 other guys circling him, and the same guy who put the bag on his head started to throw a pile of blood on his head. Everything stopped when the house was blessed. Whenever I see kids on an abandoned house or anything like that, it scares the shit out of me because of that. I'm good with seeing anything else, which I also do, but I don't want to experience being played by a kid anymore. Ghosts and entities. I, a 26-year-old female, used to stay at my friend's, 35-year-old female's house in Alabang, here in the Philippines. Since I'm currently working in a different city from my place, the first time I stayed there, I'm always having headaches and it feels like the energy in the house is heavy. I didn't mind it at first, but things got worse than I expected. I never experienced any of this from any other place. It all started there. I always sleep on the bed with my friend, and it always feels like somebody is watching me. I always shrugged off that feeling at first. Then I keep on seeing a woman with long hair and a white dress watching me sleep. I always wake up at 3 a.m. and it scares the shit out of me. I ignored it at first, but one time I woke up and she was beside the bed, standing, and when I checked her face, her head is crooked and she was looking at me. I immediately shook my friend to wake her up and she said that no one was there. I keep on seeing her, and even had a nightmare about it, so I got used to it. I asked my friend since I keep on getting headaches whenever I walk the hall beside the stairs, and that's when she told me the story of the house. The last owner of the house hung herself on the 2nd floor. I got chills after hearing those stories. I even told her to get rid of the doll facing the stairs that leads to that room. Since I got used to her, I just always try to ignore her when she's there. Then one time I was preparing my coffee at 3 a.m. And if I didn't walk on the hallway beside the stairs to go to the kitchen, I had to go around the dining area with the big mirror in it, like the mirror that you have at a dance studio or a ballet studio. I'm done with my coffee, so I decided to go back to our room. When I was walking back to our room, I was looking outside and I saw a black figure besides the pool with a yellow glowing eye. We were staring at each other for like 15 seconds, because I want to make sure that I'm actually seeing something real, but I was frozen on what I saw. I walked and acted normally. When I went back to the room, I decided to wake up my friend and I was just shaking. So yeah, that's when it all started. So whenever I'm in a different house or a different place, I always choose to go home instead of staying in an unfamiliar place. I'm starting to believe in past lives after this. Has anyone had any similar experiences to mine? So as a preface, I've always been drawn to Europe and 1980s and early 90s since I was young. 80s and early 90s era Eastern Europe in particular has always fascinated me for some odd reason. Ever since I was around 10, I've listened to 80s era pop music from the former USSR, and I felt a connection to it and a bizarre nostalgic feeling from it despite the fact that I'm in my 20s and I grew up in the US. So I'd have no reason to feel any connection to it, and I've been into 80s fashion since I was young. And for some reason it feels way more natural to me than contemporary stuff. Apparently the way I dress is so accurate to what people typically wore back then, that my mother, who's about 60, has told me that when she's seen some of the stuff that I wear, that she remembers seeing people wearing clothing like that when she was younger. Besides that, I'm weirdly able to copy, don't know how to say this word, Cyrillic writing and letters as neatly, if not neater, than I copy English, despite the fact that I never learned or know any other languages besides English. I never thought anything of these facts until recently, since I've always been a skeptic, and I lean towards atheism. But after what happened a couple of weeks ago, I'm really starting to question things. So a couple of weeks ago, I stumbled upon some videos of Riga from the 90s and early 2000s, and everything just felt weirdly familiar despite the fact I'd never seen Riga up to that point. Then in one of the videos I saw an old bridge, and it shocked me, because it looked exactly like the one I saw in my dream I had a year ago. Also, in that same dream, I remember driving to an old glass market hall near the water. And weirdly enough, because I was curious, I Googled it, and there's a market hall in Riga. And apparently there is, and it reminded me of the one in my dream, and it's also located by the water like in my dream. All of this is honestly kind of creeping me out and making me question if I had a past life or if this is just a bunch of bizarre coincidences. Did my friend's doppelganger just try to kill me? Happened last week, but the situation is still ongoing. I pranked a friend by stealing his phone and returning it the next day. It was all good, some laughs and high fives. The next day, they approached me, asking me to ride with them and go look for his phone, the same phone that I pranked him with. He apparently lost it in a motorcycle crash the night before. He has bruises and wounds on his face, between his eyebrows, nose, bridge, and upper lip. He was very persistent but also polite, but I can feel something different. He can't look straight to my face and he was stuttering, and he just points to the direction where he crashed and lost the phone when I asked him, instead of saying the name of the place. It's a small town where everybody knows everyone and everybody knows the whole place. I asked him where the motorcycle that he used was, and he said it was a friend's motorcycle, and he said it was damaged very badly. Please remember this part about my other friend's motorcycle. And also, by the way, I just kind of laughed it off with my mom. How can one get those frontal bruises from an off-balance motorcycle accident as he claims? I would imagine like erased dimples and sideburns, you get it. I'm not sure though. I said I can't go with him, he's still pleading. Then my mom came out and I said I can't, got some errands to do with my mom. He looked surprised, as if he didn't expect that I was with anybody. He was clearly disappointed and he left. Then I thought it was going to be a quote-unquote normal evening, but the next night I came upon my friend with a clean face, no bruises. The phone was in his hands. I couldn't process it, and I went home still dumbfounded. Then came the bad news. My buddy did get into an accident. Pictures came in from when he got taken to the ER and now the ICU. And he has this frontal wound, forehead, nose bridge, lips and all. He was all right that night. 2 stars written here. About the part with Jay's motorcycle, and why I'm connecting this is because the doppelganger directly said that he crashed. Said that the motorcycle was there and just brushed it off. He was using Jay's motorcycle that night. But when I looked and asked, Jay's bike was sold long ago. I so want my friend to survive just because, but also to confirm that he was with G that night and that the accident was a freak accident. Confusing story. Strange occurrence on the res. While vacationing in Florida back in 2018, I crossed from the west side to the east side of Florida to get to Route 1 to the Keys. I stopped at a gas station on the west to the east road and got gas. A young guy filled me up, about 12 or 13. I asked him if his dad owned the station, and he said, no, the res. I realized that I was on a reservation. I had to pee, so after I gassed up, I parked my car and headed towards the ladies' room. It was on the side. I saw a lady go in, about 10 or 15 feet in front of me. I stood outside and waited. Another lady came up a few minutes later and asked me if there was somebody in there. I said yes. We waited a few minutes more, and the lady said, she's been in there a long time. Are you sure someone's in there? I said, yeah, I saw her go in. I knocked on the door, nothing happened, so I turned the knob and it was locked. The lady left to go get the key. A lady came out and unlocked the door. I knocked again and nothing happened, so I opened the door. The room was empty and only had a small window high up. I was confused and felt around the walls, wondering if she fell through, like on the Twilight Zone. I washed my hands and left, but the lady didn't say anything and just went in, but you guys, I saw that lady go in that restroom on the res. I saw her. Unexplained happenings from 2022 till today. Last year, I was 4 months postpartum and had a girls' night out, ending up getting a hotel room. Well, we went to sleep. And a couple hours later, I woke up with all the lights. They were all off, except the bathroom light. I saw my quote-unquote friend walking to the bathroom, so I just went to turn around, and we were sharing a bed since it was cheaper. I remember thinking, wait, her hair is really long and it's dark, but my friend is super blonde and that hair looked black. Well, I turned all the way and my friend was still sleeping, and I'm about to flip my lid. I grabbed my purse and pepper spray. I think a woman got into our room, so I quietly walked to the bathroom and there's no one. The door's still locked. I checked everywhere, no intruder, nothing. Okay, maybe it was just a fluke. I did have a shot while playing pool, first drink in more than a year at that point, but now for today. I'm putting my son, he'll be 2 in 4 weeks, down for bed, and his toddler bed is pushed up against our bed. And the wall, he's standing, just trying to get to our bed like a kid and he wants to cuddle. I'm holding strong like, nope, gotta sleep like a big boy. But he stops freaking out and looks past me and starts smiling and waving. So our door is behind me, so my first thought is that maybe his dad's came in and just trying to help put him down, hearing him freak. I turn around and 1, I see the door still closed, and 2, something like an adult shadow moved across the wall towards the TV. I'm like, nope, my son's already across the bed and trying to let me hold him while he's now blowing kisses on the other side of the room. I get the hell out of there and I go get my fiance. We're back in the room now while I type this, and my son's now sleeping, but damn, am I crazy? My first and only paranormal encounter. When I was a kid around 8 years old, I lived in a townhouse across the street from a nursing home. The setting of day was night. My parents instructed me to take a shower. The bathroom was upstairs and everyone was downstairs, including my brother, so I was completely alone. I had to face my fears of being alone, so I did what I was told. I'm upstairs now, taking a shower. Everything's normal. Things took a change when I had to gather my clothes from my room down the hall. I stepped out into the hallway and saw what appeared to be a misty, soft glow by my doorway. It appeared to be tall, but I couldn't make out a shape. It was an apparition, something that my eyes had never seen. I was stuck. I couldn't take my eyes off the apparition. It felt like an eternity, but something in my soul told me to run, mostly out of fear of the unknown. I ran downstairs to my parents, distraught and butt naked. I told them that something was upstairs, and naturally they went to investigate. Long story short, my parents felt like something had just been watching them. But my scare confirmed their suspicions. My aunt ended up coming over to bless the house, but we moved a few months after that incident. I have a scary one. I have a creepy memory that I had between the ages of 14 and 18. In my culture, we call them jinns, and almost everyone has such a memory. I'll write the incident in a way that it's a little bit from myself using a little bit of translation, and I apologize in advance for any parts that are not understood. No worries, dude. If I will return to the subject, at that time I started to experience this along with a lot of problems, such as domestic violence, depression, anxiety, and all that. This made me sink even deeper. I'll try to keep it as short as possible because it'll be a long series of events. There was a dream I used to have all the time, and in my dream I was walking down a street. I came across a small house, and from the outside it looked like it was just a room. Then I entered this house, and the house is huge from the inside, like a really big mansion. When I open the door, a long corridor welcomes me. I start walking nervously. The house looks very gothic and depressing aesthetically. As I walk along, even though I'm scared, I start to hear quiet footsteps behind me, and when I look, I don't see anyone. As I walk, I see a few trinkets, faded flowers, and I ask myself why this house is like this. Someone calls out to me when I turn around. I see that there's no one again. I try to go back to the corridor and I walk down because I'm extremely scared, but I can't find the outer door and this scares me even more. As I run in a panic, looking for the exit door, a vase tips over and breaks behind me. Something starts chasing me. When I turned around because I want to face it, I don't know how, but it disappears, and when I turn around again, I feel it close enough to grab me by the hair and pull me to the ground. This is the dream in general, and I had the same dream for about 4 years. I was 14 years old when I first started having it, and I had this dream 2 to 3 times a year. But as I got older, I started having it more and more often, and by the time I was 16, I was having dreams every night where something was chasing me until the morning. I didn't feel the need to tell my parents because it was just a dream and it wasn't something I thought they would be interested in at the time. I didn't tell anybody that I saw the reflection of this dream in real life. One night in my dream, 5 people, and I don't know how I know this, but 4 men and 1 woman, they were chasing me, and the woman threw a stone at the back of my leg and I woke up with that fall. When I wake up, I was wearing shorts and pajamas. When my mother came and just saw what happened at the back of my leg and looked at my leg, realized that the place where the stone hit was blue. Then one day when we were gathering with my friends, when I put the glass in my hand on the kitchen counter in front of everyone's eyes, the glass hit the opposite wall and crumbled right in front of our eyes. I don't even remember how we escaped from the kitchen, but a lot of absurd events like this. I started to feel someone next to me all the time. Someone started to talk to me in my head all the time. But most of the time it was just noise in my head. like when you're sitting in an overcrowded place and people's voices blend together. When I was alone, I was constantly surrounded by things that scared me a lot, like cabinet doors opening, books falling off the shelves, but when I told my family, I don't think they would believe me, and that's exactly what happened. I got an answer like, "You're trying to attract attention." Since the situation was not resolved and there was nothing I could do on my own, I started to live with this invisible friend and decided not to bring up my issue with my family ever again. However, things started to get uglier. I started not sleeping at night out of fear, and if I did, I would always have the same dream. When I went to bed, this thing would lie next to me. Whenever I fell asleep, it would shake me and it would wake me up, and since it wasn't a period when I was mentally healthy, I slowly started having suicidal and similar thoughts. I felt like no one else loved me but him. But at the same time, I was extremely worried that one day I would see him physically. And if I did, I would go crazy. There's so many things I know about him, but I don't even know how I know them. Over the years, I got used to his presence. Suicidal thoughts became too much. I was in a very severe depression, and the medication I was taking were not helping at all. I decided to bring up the subject to my family again. I told my father about the events, and it was a cathartic moment. And I didn't want to die because I couldn't get this thought out of my head. Do something about it. Then they resolved the issue, and I got rid of this friend. I'm now 25 years old, and I have interesting mystical properties. I can read people. My senses are extremely strong. But I shelved this feature a long time ago because I didn't want to get too involved because of what you went through. Good evening, and welcome back to Paranormal M. Help us work the algorithm by dropping a comment below. We strive to bring you real accounts of paranormal activity on a daily basis, and work towards competing with larger channels through hard work and perseverance, and an adherence to our OPs telling of their story. Respond to stories or leave your own 6 cents on the matter, or drop some love for the bump. The Utah House Woman. Spelled E-U-T-A-W, nonetheless. As a local water treatment specialist in rural central Pennsylvania, USA, I've had some unique experiences while in some pretty creepy locations. Turns out water treatment equipment is usually in the basement, along with those things that we often feared when we were little kids. Nearly 30 years ago, I was an apprentice to a soon-to-be retiring tech. The man was solid, no bull, and not really somebody you'd mess with. Our day's work schedule took us to the Utah house. The softener needed repaired, and of course, the basement. We each had our tools and headed down a very obviously circa 1700s to 1800s set of steps, dark as night and musty. Already something felt ugly. I had a nausea come over me, but thought it was maybe just the fast food that we ate. My mentor worked, and looking over his shoulder, holding a flashlight, when somewhere in the room a groan was uttered. I'm not kidding you. I wheeled around with that light fast to see what it could have been. The old tech spun around with me at the same time. In the narrow light cone emitted by the flashlight stood an old woman in complete Victorian attire. No bullshit. The mentor was hightailing it up the rickety steps before I knew it, leaving me with the specter. Nah, no way, I'm out. As soon as my foot hit the first step, I shined the light back towards where I had seen her. Of course, gone. The old mentor was waiting for me up in the kitchen when I finally reached the top. I must have looked as pale to him as he did to me. He fumbled his words but managed to get, "Did you see that?" to come out. I think it was pretty obvious that the answer was yes. We never mentioned it to the current owner of the inn, but later I read about the history of the place. I don't know who the old woman was, but in hindsight, And I mean true hindsight, as that's where she was to both of us when we climbed out of the basement. I don't think she meant any harm to us. Not even sure she meant to scare us, now that I reflect back upon it. Kind of sad that she's caught up there somehow, but I think I'll pass on any future opportunities that may present themselves to me as it relates to service work there. My friend reincarnated for me, I think. So I had a friend named Nova. He was your super cool spiritual dude, early 20s, but an old soul. He believed in magic with our thoughts, that we would make the world, energy, and with willpower, everything and all that jazz. When we met, I was agnostic. I didn't believe in anything that wasn't tangible. I was raised in a Catholic household, though. When we met, it was like an instant bond was formed, and we pretty much spent time together like brothers would. His family knew who I was because he was always at my apartment, but I hadn't met them before. He was deep in Queens, I was in New Jersey. Nova was an incredible dancer. He was a master of flow, and it showed. My dude was butter on the floor. He was my inspiration to pick up shuffling and started trying to learn from him. He was more than willing to teach, too. He notices I have some issues with trauma from my childhood and suggested that we drop some L and see what happens. At the time, I hadn't ever tried psychedelics, but had heard of them. He believed them to be a tool to grow yourself. Had some pretty fascinating theories, to be honest. This is where shit gets weird, so buckle up. We're tripping in my apartment one random day, November 2016. He randomly starts the conversation of what the other would do if we died. Taken back, I just said the first thing that came to my mind, that I would haunt him. He said he would come back as my dog, as he sees how much love and affection I have towards critters. Jokingly, I said I can't have a dog in this apartment. So he said, what about a cat? Up until this point, I never owned a cat. Not that I had anything against them, I've just always wanted a particular cat. We go back and forth, joking about how I want an orange cat like Garfield. Smart, independent, real character, you know? Conversation ends, it's settled. He'll come back as my cat, and we'll go about our day. I had completely forgotten about this event up until it became relevant later. Fast forward to January of 2017. We had made plans for my birthday, February 3rd, to hang out at a club that was giving me free drinks for 10 friends. Originally, the plan included me driving out to pick up a mutual friend from Pennsylvania, driving her back the next day. Sometime before the new year, Nova loaned me stuff and expected me to cover some money with a refund I was expecting. As January went on, my disbursement is taking longer than expected, and we start fighting over it, as it was putting him in a bad spot. February rolls around, we aren't talking, and he skips my party. Instead, having someone else pick up our friend, and they went about their business. Stroke of midnight-ish, I'm at the club. He texts me, asking about the money update, and I ignore it. Next morning, wake up to texts from mutual friends, talking about how said girl was in a car accident the night before and had passed away. No one can find Nova. He's missing in action. I know in my gut, starting to freak out and trying to find him. A few hours later, figured out that he had asked some asshole racer friend to drive her home. He went 140 and a 40, flipped the divider and rolled a bunch, killed both Nova and my mutual friend. I can't express in words how responsible I felt. I started failing college, and I was in pretty bad shape. This was my twin flame. Really one of the only handful of people in my 25-plus years of life that I connected with. I was contemplating suicide, pretty much incapable of existing. Went to his funeral, met his family for the first time, and they knew how bad I was. His mother gave me an envelope full of his ashes, telling me that she knew that he considered me family, and that he would want me to have them. I bought a tree of life necklace to store his ashes and wear around my neck, small comfort. A few weeks have gone by and I'm still grieving. Failing courses, overall not sure what to do. Then the single fucking weirdest thing happens. My sister calls me up, minor backstory. Nova and my sister had met. I introduced them. They clicked and were on a friends with benefits status for a while. He was very close with her, and her at the time, Pitbull Rex. He was as fucking crazy as his name suggests. Sounds like it. She lived right around the corner from me, so we chilled fairly often. She was ground floor and myself on the 3rd floor. So she calls me up and she's like, "Hey bro, I need a favor from you. There's this cat that's been chilling outside my house for a few days, meowing like nuts. I fed it, given it water, and nada. Just sits out front meowing every day, and Rex is gonna kill it, I swear. Can you come over and take it somewhere, please?" At this point, nothing has clicked because why would it, you know? You can imagine what happens next, though. I walk over, she lets me in, and says that she's not sure if the cat lived here before or something because it's super friendly. I ask where it is, and she says that she gave him a bath and he's in the room drying. Like, a stray cat let you bathe it? Yeah, I don't know, bro, it's a weird cat. She opens the door and out strolls a fucking maybe 6-month-old orange tabby. My heart races every time I recount this experience because the second we locked eyes, I knew. And I think the cat knew I knew, too. I lost my shit and I'm now bawling on the floor in tears because here he is, back in cat form. My sister starts freaking out because I'm freaking out. Starts asking me what the fuck is going on. I bend down, pick up Nova Cat, and simply look at my sister through tears and proclaim it's Nova, he's back. She's all question marks at me because she never heard the story, so I recount to her what I recounted here. She was left breathless. She knew Nova and his theories. She's kind of a hood rat, so very little belief in anything non-tangible as well. But here he was. She asked me how I could know if it was him, and it was as if he knew what was being asked because the fucking cat put his paw on my necklace, and let out a singular meow as he stares deep into my eyes. My sister screamed and was like, "There's just no fucking way." But all I could respond with is that he said he would, and he's an orange cat. I'm supposed to believe it's just a coincidence? And then life went right back to normal. It was as if he'd never left. Nova Cat became part of my family for the time and that I needed to heal and transformed my entire perspective on reality, I guess. For the sake of this being incredibly long, I'm going to end this portion of the memory here, unless asked otherwise. To all the critics, I get it, but I don't really care if you don't believe, so save your breath. Just come to share the single weirdest paranormal event I've ever experienced in my life. There is something else living in my house. This started around 5 years ago, shortly after my youngest turned 1. I've always been sensitive, but this had started to frighten me. One night I was getting ready to put my youngest to bed. He had fallen asleep on the couch. We kept all the bedroom doors closed at the time, as he was walking and had already brained himself on the door multiple times trying to close it. I had picked him up and asked my middle, 3 years old at the time, to please open the door for me. As I waited for him to come into the hall, I watched as the bedroom door clicked open and swung into the room. I was frozen in shock, and the only thing was snapping me out of it was when my middle had asked why I asked him to open the door that was already open. I had shrugged the question off at the time, telling him I was sorry and I had forgotten I'd already opened it. No door in my house just swings open. It stays exactly where you leave it. When I told my husband, he brushed it off, saying I must have imagined it, or there was a breeze that pushed it open. The next day I tested it, wanting to be sure of what I saw. I left it cracked and carried my youngest back into the same area, and the door didn't move. I opened the windows and the door still didn't move. Over the last 5 years, I've seen and heard many things happening in my house. I'd be happy to share those stories as well, by the way. As no one sees or hears it, they brush me off and tell me I'm imagining things. That is, until this last week. I had given up trying to explain what I was seeing and hearing to my family as they didn't believe me. I had gone to take a shower, and my husband was watching a movie and eating ice cream with the kids. The lights were off because you can't have movie night in a lit room. When my daughter came back from putting her bowl in the kitchen, she sat down next to her dad. As soon as she pulled her feet onto the couch, the lamp in the corner of the room turned on. My husband, being the skeptical man he is, thought it was my middle child. He asks if he was, back behind the couch, and seconds later he walks into the room from the kitchen. Now, this is a crank lamp. You have to really turn the dial for it to light up. I had turned it off before getting into the shower, as I knew that they would start the movie without me. When I left the bathroom, my husband looks at me and says, "I think you were right about the ghost." He pulled up the security camera footage and you can clearly see the light on. Rather, the light turning on. You can hear him ask for my middle child and see him enter the room a few seconds later, too. Now I feel smug that I'll no longer be called crazy, but the activity's picked up quite a bit in this last year, and it started to make me uneasy. Especially since my youngest has started seeing the same figure I see in his bedroom. My house guest loves infants. I've been watching my nephew for the last 2 weeks, as my sister's been trying to get her stall ready for the Ren Fair, which ends today. My nephew's only 6 months old, but he's very vocal and very active. I first noticed it last week when I was working from home to watch him. I had looked back and he was still taking his nap. So I had decided to put my headphones on for a few minutes and listen to music. I finished up the email I was working on and turned around to see he was awake and laughing at something. I got up to go check if he was laughing at his toes and watched his eyes flick from me to something right next to me. I just brushed it off at the time, thinking it was just laughing at a wolf head plaster on the wall that I had. It continued to happen. He would laugh at something over my shoulder, especially if I would pick him up. I didn't think too much of it, though. Steadily, he stopped looking at me and continued looking at this other thing that stands around me, laughing and giggling all the time. That is until yesterday. I was downstairs making my kids lunch when he suddenly starts crying. I quickly go check to find he's just grumpy because he's hungry, so I tell my oldest to watch him while I finish lunch. As soon as I had the big kids with their food, I grabbed the mush they call baby food, walking back into the room, and I saw he was once again laughing at an empty corner of the room. Only thing I can think is my house guest really likes babies. That, or they really are just trying to scare me in the nicest ways possible. They still move my stuff around, and have lost 4 of the necklaces I made for my sister's stall. I know it wasn't the kids, as it was left up high, in the workroom, and me being short still has to climb a ladder to get up there. And no, my husband doesn't enter my workroom willingly anymore. Psychic Medium Story. I, a 20-year-old female, am a generational psychic medium, trained with the very experienced psychic medium for several years before starting my own practice. I wanted to share a story that happened a few years ago and was my first big encounter. In 2021, the ex that I was dating at the time was super interested in what I practice. She liked to bring it up in conversation with people that she knew frequently. Maybe because of this is because I'm not ashamed of my practice. This is all within the first 5 months of us dating, and we were at her grandmother's house. Granted that this was the first time that I was meeting this woman and her grandma. Told me that my ex told her about my gifts, and that she was curious if there was a presence in my house, because she had weird occurrences on a regular basis. I told her that I could walk around, and if I sense anything, we could do a session since I always carry my stuff with me in my car. Long story short, I did feel a strong presence in that house. So, we decided to do a session. We preferred the method of communication with the spiritual realm as dowsing rods. I'm clairaudient, so having a conduit for communication allows me for better clarity in communicating. We opened the session with basic questions such as, "Is there a spirit in this home that's willing to speak to us?" The answer was yes. We moved on to more specific questions such as, "Were you an original resident of this home?" It answered yes again. We asked for a name and it gave us Robert and the name of the road that the house was on. We're going to call it Smith Road because the original name is very specific. As we spoke with this Robert, the ex and the grandmother were asking their full share of questions while I turned in to see if anything was to be heard through my clairaudience. It was discovered that the spirit was a stillborn child of the original homeowners, who remained in the house to grow up with his siblings. He shared that he was stuck at that house because there was nothing to remember him by, so he stays. The grandmother asked if there was anything that we could be doing in order to help him pass over, and out of nowhere I blurted the word, "bluebells," like the flower. This older woman whom I was meeting for the very first time looks at me with the most shocked expression before she just starts sobbing. I was quite confused because I didn't know the woman well enough to know of any significance. But when I looked at my ex, she was just as confused as me. After the grandmother collects herself, she quietly says, "I dug them up," and stands from her chair before going into the kitchen of her house. I close the session with the spirit before I allow myself to get more drained, and after I'd say 10 minutes or so, the grandmother returns. She hands me an old local newspaper from decades past, and the front article is titled, "The Bluebells of Smith Road," Smith in quotes. It was basically a story about a man who came from a different state because his mother told him the story of a farmer's wife who planted bluebells at the now grandmother's house, and they spread through the entirety of the ditch along the road. My guess is that the original owner of the house planted her stillborn son beneath the bluebells, and the spirit felt trapped within the house once the only reminder of him was gone. I told the ex's grandmother that she should plant some bluebells somewhere on the property. She did, and didn't have any encounters since. The Whistling Entity. I'm a service tech who gets into a lot of homes, businesses, and abandoned warehouses. 20 years ago, I had a work order for local residents to service their water softener. I entered the home, met the missus, and headed for the basement, where the equipment was located. As I worked, I could hear the Mr. working in his wood shop a few doors away. He was cheery. I could tell from his pleasant tune that he whistled over and over. I finished up after about 25 minutes and wrote up the billing invoice, and at that, I walked over to the wood shop to explain it to him. When I approached the door to the shop, all the noises stopped. I peeked my head inside to find the room empty and dark. The saws and equipment neatly stowed with little evidence that it had been used recently. Could have sworn, but Must have gone upstairs when I was working. So I proceeded to deliver the slip upstairs to the missus. I mentioned to her that I was going to explain the repair to her hubby, but he left his shop before I could see him. It was at this point that nearly all color drained from her face and distress obviously appeared. I kept hearing the tune that he was whistling in my head and blew a few phrases out so she could hear it. She began to tear up. Told me that her husband had passed away suddenly a few weeks back. The tune I whistled was so familiar to her, as he had whistled it over and over for many years, but especially when he was woodworking in his shop. As I left, I couldn't help thinking about how that spirit must be watching over his living wife. And I wasn't fearful. Nice, huh? It was. My own personal experiences. I'm 22 now. My life as of the last many years has been devoid of paranormal encounters, minus maybe 1 or 2 instances which I can brush off. I have, however, had 2 very vivid experiences that have been firmly planted in my memory since I was a child. 1. I was maybe 6 or 7. Parents had brought me along to the after celebration of a passing of my father's best friend's wife's father. I'd never seen this person a single time. No framed pictures or anything, as far as I remembered. The family had rented out a bar-like building for the night, and everyone was enjoying the pleasantries. I was standing next to my parents, whom were, at one of the sitting booths in the building. I turned around, and I saw a man standing behind a completely enclosed serving area. Striped shirt, quite large in stature, suspenders going over his shoulders with a beaming grin on his face, staring directly forward, completely still. I turned back to my parents, pointed back at where I saw this figure, and asked them who this man is. They said, "Who?" I turned back a mere few seconds later and he had vanished entirely. After describing what I saw to his daughter, in quotes, sometime later she said that what I had described was a perfect description of her father. 2. I was laying in a bunk bed on the bottom, and my brother was laying on the top as usual. I witnessed the top half of a very vivid, dark humanoid figure lean over the bottom side of the top bunk, as if looking down from the other side. Now, I had obviously assumed it was my brother fucking with me and asked, "Is that you?" My brother's voice, coming from directly above me, simply said no, whilst this figure was still in the same position. A few seconds later, it slowly rose back up and out of vision. These are my only 2 pronounced encounters that are core memories in my head, and are utterly terrifying. Night buggy. When I was a kid living in a rural town, my room was on the ground floor, making that whole sneaking out thing all the easier. And I never got caught. One night, my buddies and I snuck out on our bikes. We lived close to the Interstate 80 in central Pennsylvania, and we headed towards one of the underpasses of that highway. Next to this bridge was a huge billboard, always lighting up the night sky with its advertising. It was a good place to hang out, and this night, it was pretty dark. Not a star or a moon in the sky. The only light was provided by that billboard. We all sat underneath this bridge around 2 a.m. when we hear hoofbeats in the distance coming closer. That in and of itself didn't frighten us. Hell, we live in the square heart of Amish country. But 2 a.m.? Very odd. As the footfalls came closer and closer, we laughed and shot the bull about this girl or that one, when suddenly our giant billboard went black, just as the hoofbeats were on us. We freaked out when we saw the darkest buggy we'd ever seen in our young lives pass under the bridge where we were now sitting. The horse's eyes seemed to glow red, and due to the chill in the air that fell that evening, the steam puffed forth from the horse's nose. From there, it was free-for-all. We all scrambled to mount our bikes and get the hell out of there. As we each headed our separate directions, in our wake found the billboard lighting back up, and the horse and buggy to be gone. What the hell? Where did it go, and why did the billboard go black? It was all too much for us, junior hires, but most likely just a coincidence, right? Doesn't explain the sudden disappearance of that buggy, though, and that sign going dark at that very moment. That stuck with me all these 4 decades later, but it's a cool story to tell for sure. Those feet right next to mine. It happened to me back in 2021. I was in my final year of high school. One day my room's AC wasn't working, so my mom told me to sleep in her room, so I took my mattress with me, placed it vertically to my parents' bed, and to my left was the door of the room, which was open, and I could see the hallway. Yes, hallway, like every second horror story in the freaking hallway. I wasn't sleepy, so I was just turning sides after a couple of minutes, and I was facing the hallway. I saw my mom going from the kitchen to the washroom. It was dark, but as a little reflection of light was coming from outside, I could see that it was her, and I could see her shadow that you get. You know what I mean. So I felt nothing unusual, so I just waited for her to come back. But she didn't. I was like, why isn't she coming back? Was I seeing things? So I just stretched my hand up to the bed, so I checked to see if she was there or not. My hand touched her hand. Then I was like, my mind might be messing around. Now, it wasn't around midnight, mind you. We usually sleep around 11 p.m., so I still wasn't feeling sleepy, but now I've closed my eyes, and after a couple of minutes later, I felt someone stepped onto my mattress. I thought that it was my dad as he wanted to go out, so obviously he has to cross my mattress. But then his feet touched mine. He stopped there, so I thought it was quite dark, so he's figuring out where to put his next step so he doesn't step on me. A couple of seconds passed, and he isn't moving forward, so I moved my feet from there and he could move, but after a few seconds I put my feet back to where they were to check if he's gone or not. And to my surprise, he's still there. I felt a little anxious, and when I feel anxious, what my dumb ass would do, I started kicking. I started kicking those feet to make him feel like, to move. Still not moving. So I opened my eyes to see what the fuck was going on, and as I opened my eyes, I saw him going out of the room, so I felt a little embarrassed that I kicked my own father. So I waited for him as well to come back so I could, make a way for him to pass by easily this time. But even he didn't come back. 20 minutes passed, but he didn't come back. So I felt a bit anxious, so I turned on my phone's flashlight to check if he came back or not, as I wasn't hearing any sound. And as I looked up, he's sleeping next to my mom. It felt creepy as I didn't see him coming back, but what could I have done? So I crawled back in my place. Next morning, I told my mom about what happened last night. She seemed to believe me, but my dad just said in the first place that I didn't go anywhere last night, and second, it was just your dream. Looking away, emoji face. I was like, no, because you know what you saw, what you felt was in a dream or not. At least I know that, and I'm sure that it wasn't a dream. I wasn't stressed out, I didn't watch any horror content during that point in time, so my mind will, fuck with me in that way. So my mom asked me that, and how I know that it was my dad. So I told her that a little reflection of light was coming from outside, so I could see his back. He looked exactly like him, wearing his white sando as he usually wears, and suddenly her expressions changed. I was like, what? She replied, but last night he wasn't wearing any of his white sando, he was in his blue t-shirt. I was like, my dad still doesn't believe me, but till today I remembered the feeling of touching those full grown-ass adult male feet. Still gives me the chills. And the narrator wants to know what a sando is, white or otherwise. Please answer my question in the comments. I'm sort of allergic to Google, but not allergic to good stories. And good info. Accidentally gave lift to spirits. This happened to my dad around half a decade ago. He was coming home around midnight from his work on his bike. There's a blind turn on the road. He saw a family standing there asking for a lift. He stopped his bike and they said, "Will you please help us?" My dad asked them, how did they end up there so late at night? They replied saying like, "Oh, we missed the late bus and now we're just stuck here." My dad asked them where they were headed. They told him the address of a person saying that they are his family. That family consisted of 2 kids, their parents, and an old lady. The 2 ladies were healthier, like really healthy. They weighed around 200 to 300 pounds. My dad was on his bike, obviously. All of them couldn't fit on it. So he told them, like, we can do one thing. I can take these kids and grandma with me. One kid can sit in front of me and the other one can sit with his grandma behind me, and both of you, the couple, can walk to your destination. They agreed. After coming halfway through, he felt that sudden weight on the bike increase. If you've ever rode a bike, you know how it feels. I won't go into details. Back to the story. So he felt that, so he just looked into the rearview mirror. He saw something that made him shit in his pants. He saw the whole family was sitting behind him, which is practically impossible. Like there's just no way that that many people can sit on that tiny little seat, which is just meant for only one person to sit. Max, maybe 3 or 4 can sit together on one bike. But if you insist, but 2 ladies who weigh around 200 pounds each, 2 kids, 1 full-grown man, and my dad? He said when I saw that, my mind was about to explode. I was about to shit in my pants, but I just knew one thing, that I can't let them know that I'm scared. And I believe that if you won't disturb them, they won't disturb you. So I just continued driving and dropped them 500 meters before their destination, telling them that I have to make a turn from here, and now you can just walk straight from here. He came home as fast as he could next morning. He told my grandmother and my mother about what happened. She looked terrified. He asked what happened. She replied the person's address they gave him died years ago, and that whole family died in a car accident on their way back from home. Or rather, their way back home. On that same blind turn from where my dad had picked them up. And that turn is said to be haunted, as my people have died there. When you pass by it, you can still feel some sort of heaviness. Actually, that whole road is haunted. There's different points where many people have experienced some paranormal activities. I think it was a good thing that he helped those trapped souls to reach their destination, though. If you were in his place, how would you have handled it? I probably would have crashed. I think my roommate's mother is haunting me. Just had a weird sleep paralysis, among other things, which my best friend experienced too. My friend who I live with recently lost her mother to suicide. Some background context. She and I had been fighting, and she asked my friend to move out, which we were to do. When her mother passed, she knew that we'd been having issues and asked my friend to move. The mother clearly didn't like me for it. Let's call my friend TS. So one of these days, I was sleeping in my room. I was sleep paralyzed, which I realized. But I hear hard knocking on my door, and I scream. Or maybe I did, I don't know. I just asked her to stop. Then I hear laughter, and the voice said in Hindi, by the way, I'm Indian, Beta shinto mot karo. My child, please don't worry. Then the laugh again, along with the knocking. I somehow wake myself up and I go to the door to TS to give her a piece of me. The moment I went to her door, I actually wake up. Then again I go out, I see TS sitting on the couch and I go to ask her to stop. She shows a diabolical smile. I run back to my room and then I woke up again. This time for real. TS comes out, I tell her, she hugs me and we both just weep hugging each other. Any ideas on what I could have seen? This story takes place in 2014. Not positive on the month, but both myself and the person I was with have tried to look up information regarding what we've seen, but nothing quite lines up exactly. I lived in a rural area in northern South Carolina at the time, but worked in southern North Carolina. I lived with my boss at the time, and I would have driven us back to the house every night. We had a tattoo shop, so most nights we didn't head home until it was pretty late. The route we took was basically completely secluded country roads. Most late nights we wouldn't pass more than 5 cars on the entire ride. One night in particular, as we were coming through a part of the route that I only knew as Green View, due to the name of the church and a street in the area, I noticed an animal in my peripheral vision. Being in rural areas, it wasn't uncommon to see deer, dogs, even sometimes hogs by the road or in the woods. This particular animal seemed to be running alongside the car, however, which was rather concerning when it didn't immediately fall behind but seemed to keep up. As I realized how odd that this was, considering it was probably going at least 65 miles an hour, I started to turn and look to see if maybe I was just seeing a shadow. At this point, whatever it was seemed to run ahead of the car and run across the street into the woods on the opposite side. It was then that I noticed as my headlights hit the creature, instead of illuminating it, it seemed as though it absorbed the light. It appeared to be roughly the size and general shape of a wolf, but the form wasn't exactly visible. There was no reflection from the light hitting any part of the creature that I could see, not even where its eyes should have been. As it disappeared, I was extremely startled and turned to ask my friend, "What the fuck was that?" He asked what I'd seen, and I told him. He told me to tell his wife exactly what I'd said when we got home, and I did. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped, and that's when my friend told me that he'd seen the same thing as me that night, and he'd seen it once before but with somebody else who didn't admit to seeing it then. Part 1. Strange shit's been going on over a year. So I've lived in my current house for a few years, going on 3. And for about the last year, things have been just off. For starters, it was nothing big, distant voices. At nighttime, always past 12, I would hear this girl talking in the distance, like she was standing outside my house. Now, her voice would be so low as it could easily be mistaken for something else, like a far-off machine whining or low wind howling. But as I would brush it off, it would get more distinct. I never could make out entire sentences, but sharp single-word commands. No, stop, there, now. Words like these were unmistakable. She always had a tone as if she was over it, you know? Like a boyfriend lied one too many times, and that was it. Well, periodically became every night. Like clockwork, she'd be out there, fed up. I do have neighbors, both close enough that I assumed them to be the cause, because both are family homes. One's actually my cousin. So it made it easier to open about my experiences. She was pretty shocked when I told her, especially the frequency. Every night past 11:30 or 12, I kept assuring her. Both my cousin and other neighbor denied even being out at bed at all during the night, especially at midnight. So, in an attempt to calm them, I acted unbothered by the, in conclusion. Fast forward 6 months and the voices start changing fast. No more did I hear the girl, but different men, young men, older men, 2 men quietly conversing, and the girl's voice came back one night, but with another man's voice being with her every night. At this time, I started hearing footsteps outside my house too. I lived in the woods, so when even an armadillo is outside, which sounds a lot like a person. I grew up hunting literally everything. I start to get actually concerned that I'm being gang stalked. At night outside my home, no less. Not by a ghost, but real people. I'm a realist. Why me? There's woods, yes, but who's going to wait outside my house every night? There's no point. Then shit changed fast one night. I get chills even writing about this shit for real. The voice for the night starts to churn up and it's different. A deep voice, so deep it can literally only be compared to a demon. Almost cartoonish, it fits so well. Every other voice before that night I couldn't understand or could only make out one word here or there. Not this voice. I could understand every word. It's like it was reading a speech off a teleprompter. How never-ending it was, really. I had been nervous from this shit before, but for the first time I was fucking scared. And not a sort of, oh no, a ghost scared. More like, there's actually a person doing cult shit somewhere close to me scared. And they are aware that I am unaware. I can't remember the exact words that this thing said, but one line I do remember specifically.
And, in turning of man by which this revolution shall enforce, and amongst nations in accordance with predetermined judiciary.
I don't know, I have no idea the context. I just simply remember that clip specifically. It's really uncomfortable being alone recounting it now. It lasted hours. I don't know how I made it through the night, but I did. The most odd thing after that was the last time I heard any voices was like 7 months ago. But instead of getting better, shit got more intense and more personal from that day forward. I wish I could explain it all tonight, but I would never go to sleep if I tried explaining the rest. Part 2. Strange shit's been going on over a year. Hard to carry lately. Sorry I took so long for part 2. I never really heard a voice again after that night. I heard that demonic rant, though. From then on, instead of getting better, things got more personal. The footsteps were getting so much worse than just outside my house. Night by night, the steps became louder, firmer, and consistent. Ultimately to the point that I hear them every single night, no exception, every single night. Then slowly transitioning from hearing footsteps to feeling them. I can literally look at a glass of water on my nightstand, vibrating with waves pulsing from the center of each step. That's genuinely how I can prove that I'm not going crazy. I even got a security camera to see if that helped. The camera even sometimes shakes with the steps. After a month or two, these steps keep advancing, from the woods to the porch, from the porch to the kitchen, from my kitchen to the staircase, and finally from my staircase to me. The first time that they came in the same room as me was so strange. I felt and heard some walking through the kitchen, then the stairs, and I said, "Who is it?" This wasn't new. I was always losing sleep, anxiously waiting for somebody to walk around the corner or up the stairs. Mind you, that these are unmistakable footsteps. Rhythm and power are two things these footsteps don't need more of. The steps got to the top of the stairs and could immediately feel the atmosphere change. The steps continued coming towards me. Strangely, I wasn't all that frightened. I'm aware that's silly, but these steps are so mighty sounding that when you see it's nothing making them, it's almost funny. The steps got to me, and then I can only describe as something like an energy wave passing through me. It continued on a couple of steps and then stopped. I didn't hear them again that night. So the attempt to debunk these steps begin immediately. This basically becomes like the new normal day when I wasn't working. Wake up, get up, read the internet, outside or inside chores, lunch, wouldn't hear or feel a thing. Then read the internet or organize again, work out, nap, still nothing. Basically, what I'm getting at is that I tried to make it all make sense. I would keep the same appliance on during the day as the night, trying to recreate it. But all too often, I would not feel a thing till about 11 or 12. Same time as when I heard those different voices. And this would happen every night. I'm to the point now that whatever it is almost like we coexist peacefully. I'll cuss it out when it comes in the room with me. I'll tell it to leave me alone, not to mess with it, so I don't want it messing with me. It listens surprisingly well, as it won't come upstairs, but once or twice a week now, trust me, I'm always aware that this isn't normal. Besides, or coinciding with the steps, I've had objects moved. I have 4 maps on my walls, 2 downstairs, 2 upstairs. Downstairs is a poster in a frame, and upstairs is literally a rolled out, made of blue print paper that I use to tape to secure it. Also, I like flags. I have so many I can't fly or display them all properly. So I keep a Christian flag hung up on one of my deer mounts at the beginning of the stairs. I know I hung it on the left brow tine. I know this because I put pins of different places I've visited through my mount's ears sometimes, like they're wearing an earring. I deliberately put a flag on the left, be a pin, and it was on the right side. When I got home from work the next day, the first thing I saw when I opened the door was my framed maul on the ground, frame busted. I'm confused because I got these 2 35-pound capacity hooks that I loop the wire around. I know this frame isn't even 5 pounds. I fix the frame and hooks and put it back. Go upstairs and the paper map on the same side of the house as the other. It's also down on the ground. There's no way that tape wasn't strong. You could see the sticky still on the wall from the tape, like I don't see how it just fell down. No way it would. Stick it back up, kind of flustered now, and still brush it off. Next I go to get in the shower and boom, face to face with this deer that has this Christian flag hanging off its right this time. I honestly couldn't believe it. I pulled it off and unstuck the pin and flag, ironically because that's the entire point of me putting them on opposite sides the day before. One more thing. The steps sometimes follow me to my Nana's. I stay with her a few nights a week since my papa died, and the steps can be just as intense there. My house and her house are about 2 miles away from each other. Something disrupted me playing StarCraft. At around 2006, I'm home alone in my parents' house. Farm-built house in the late 1800s, and I was playing StarCraft on the computer in the corner of the kitchen where the family computer was located. The house had tall 12-foot ceilings, and the ductwork to the upper level were just register vent holes cut into the floor, taking the heat from the room below. Around midnight, while playing away, I heard what sounded like an adult make a yell, like "Rah!" through the register above where I was sitting. clear enough that it sounded like they had their face right next to the vent to make me really notice. My 3 dogs instantly started barking hysterically as I listened to footsteps walk from the register to the hallway, around the staircase, and stop at the top of the stairs. My dog still barking looking up the stairs, I heard what sounded like a ball bouncing down them, like someone had dropped it from the top, but I was looking directly at them, seeing nothing. Nothing of the sort was happening. I was so scared I spent the next couple of hours on the porch with a baseball bat until my parents came home. My dad gave the house a sweep to double check it was empty. Hands down, the most wild thing I've had happen to me personally. I ran over a chupacabra. This happened back in 2009, near Dallas, Texas. I was driving with 2 other friends in the car around 3 a.m. No drugs or alcohol in anyone's system. I was driving on the highway and we spot 2 creatures moving towards the road very fast. One leaps the divider beam that was at least 5 feet tall, like a person would. The other one stopped before the wall. I could only see because we were going downhill. The one that leapt the wall kept going, and it was too late for me to avoid it. My front bumper hit it first. Then it rolled under my car, and I felt the back tire go over it as well. I continued driving because we were freaking out trying to figure out what it was. We got about 3 miles and decided to turn around and figure out what I hit. When we made it back, nothing was there. The next day I inspected my car and the bumper was shattered and there was patches of long, stringy hair under the car. We all agreed it looked like mostly hairless bear with patches of hair. It moved kind of like a bear or ape would. After hours of research, I couldn't find anything that it could have been. Things have gotten a little bit weird lately. So about a month and a half ago, my fiancé and I moved into a newly renovated apartment, and we've been experiencing some relatively small spooky events. One being that we came home from work to find that our thermostat was lowered to 63 degrees when we set it at 70. Thought that was kind of odd, but we just put it aside and went about our lives. 2. A couple of nights ago, while we were in bed, my fiancé had fallen asleep and I noticed that the door that connects into our bathroom moved slowly, just enough to where our nightlight could peek through the crack. Initially, I thought it was our cats, but when I noticed that they were on the bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and unknown. As with the thermostat, I just put it aside and went to bed. Then, well, today happened. We woke up, left the house for work around 6:30, and around 8:05 a.m., I received a call from the company that we have a home security through, explaining that the system's fire alarm was going off. Naturally, I panicked, told her what was going on, and we rushed to our home. Upon arriving and seeing 10 to 15 first responders in my front lawn, we were relieved to find that it was a false alarm. After the adrenaline settled, I reached out to the security company because our unit was brand new. I watched the technician unbox it and set it up the day that we had it installed. He explained to me that the only way that was possible was if someone physically touched the screen to turn it on, then pressed the fire alarm icon. At that point, it felt like my heart was in my stomach. Once, I was trapped in a dream. So I woke up in the morning after a good night's sleep, checked my phone, brushed my teeth, was about to take a shower, but woke up again. Confused as fuck, looked at the time, 3:49. It was still early, so I got up to grab a glass of water. As I was drinking the water and my vision shifted to third person, and I was like, what the fuck, am I a god? Started waking up again and again, and I was like, not so quick. Woke up in my bed for the third time now and just legit sat there trying to confirm reality. All the reality check things. And was like, finally, freedom. But started waking up again and was scared. Am I trapped forever in this loop? This time I woke up accepting my faith. But somehow finally woke up for real, but was not sure. So I didn't believe anything for 1 hour, but after waiting for so long, I was sure that this is it. I didn't go to school that day, though. What really caught me off guard was how real these dreams were. I tried checking physics, mirror, looking at my hand, checking apps, and how I was so conscious even in my dream, and it was not a lucid dream because I couldn't really control anything or fly. The time was different each time, and random. I couldn't wake up by myself either, but closing my eyes or punching the wall. The young girl that follows me. Since about 2020 or so, I've been seeing this girl. From the age I am while writing this, she's quite a bit younger than me, maybe 8 or 9. This girl, though, she kind of looks like me or my sister when we were younger. The thing with me and my sister, M, is I've grown up looking just like she did when she was my age. My parents had 4 kids, including me. Bit with some pictures that they could easily get away with saying that they had 3. As I've reached teen years, I've drifted away from how she looks a bit, but I could still pass as being her doppelganger for 10 years younger. I'm not sure if this is relevant, but she looks like a blend of us both, from when we were younger. Having my 7-year-old face, but some of her features in the height of a 9-year-old. What's even stranger is she wears the Sam's pink nightdress. I think that she meant same. What's even stranger is she wears the same pink nightdress some pictures of my sister show from when she was that age. Not only this, but she has the exact same teddy bear I got for Christmas back when I was 9. The only thing is, she's drenched. Like she's just gone swimming in the lake and done 25 somersaults in the process. It's freaky. Then just last school year, about midway through, there was a small time period, about a week, where my friend Sam saw this girl following me around at school. It was break time in my school, start of the week, and I was waiting in the playground for my friend, Sam. When they were walking over, they stopped for a moment, and I could hear them mumble. What the fuck? I walked over a bit and asked what was wrong. When they told me, they swore they saw 2 of me, but I was younger, holding a teddy and in a nightdress, and I looked soaked. I froze when I heard this. At first I thought they were pranking me, but I never told them about my ghost experiences. Over the next week, Sam kept seeing the girl. About halfway through the week, I explained that I'd been seeing her since 2020. That's why I was so freaked out by the description. Sam said that the girl was always next to me or behind me, following me around, sometimes a clear apparition, and sometimes a silhouette. After a week, Sam said they didn't see her anymore, but it freaked me the hell out. Well, that's it for today's stories. I implore you to check out tomorrow's stories. And whether you're taking this, or rather, whether you're listening to this to go to sleep, or you're listening to it to wake up, I just want to let you know that I appreciate you hanging out with me, even though we can't speak to each other. So as always, sweet dreams, see you later.